Welcome everyone, and welcome to Little Creek, a Call of Cthulhu 1920 scenario written by me, and we're just going to dive right in with my player's recap of Rose, Charlotte Rose, who's standing currently behind Dr. Wentworth in his office after a supposed heat stroke. And as her handbag misses its target, there's something going through her head.
Trying to beat up a doctor with my handbag is most definitely not something I would have imagined me doing during my job as a census agent. In my private life, that would have been not too unlikely, but like this. How the hell did I even end up here? It all started yesterday, way too early, in the census office back in Boston. After a long night in the hot iron, Mr. Snipes summoned Agent O'Nolan and me to his office, and I had a feeling this was gonna be a hell of a job, and not in a good way. Working with O'Nolan is always so awkward. This guy can't even hold a casual conversation for 5 seconds, but at least he gets the job done fast usually. There were also 2 other men in the office that were going to accompany us. Our designated driver, Jordan Baker, a big guy with awful posture, and some college kid. A law student, I believe, Aiden Hamilton. He looked like Mr. Fancy Pants, a noble, if I remember correctly. Not really surprising that this would turn out like a total sausage party, like always. What did surprise me was the actual job that Mr. Snipes presented. We were supposed to look into a town called Little Creek, since it supposedly recorded 321 citizens for every counting, starting with the first one in 1790. What made the situation even weirder was that the 3 agents assigned to Little Creek, last agents, all sent their resignation right after, and they were all addressed to our former boss with similar mistypes. Nevertheless, we made our way in the direction of Little Creek, but actually finding it turned out harder than expected, because no one seemed to know this town existed. After some time asking around, turns out that even the people that do know it don't really like talking about it. One way to waste our time, I suppose. In the end, we found a town sign on the side of a road that was awfully obscured that actually read Little Creek. We followed the sign through the forest, despite the roasting summer heat felt surprisingly chill. Almost freezing. Well, we were probably just exhausted from the long drive here. When we finally emerged from the forest, we quickly realized that this was definitely a town unlike any I or them have ever been to before. Old-style buildings, weird straw dolls in the distance, and a lone church. Felt really old-fashioned to me, but whatever. We talked to the apparent only citizens that was around. Mr. Dunbar? A friendly man. Never trust men that are too nice. That was what my mother always used to say to me. He told us that we can check the papers to confirm the countings the next morning and recommended a hotel not too far off from here. It was not too shabby, actually. The owner, Mrs. Booth, was kind, but at the mentioning of Little Creek, she also seemed to become anxious. While we enjoyed our evening at the hotel lounge, we came across some old newspapers, and a detail that sprung in our eye was that for the past few decades, children between the ages of 3 to 5 went missing from the region. That raised some weird feelings in few of us. This might be related to the anomaly of the recorded population in Little Creek. When Mr. Baker insisted to be careful not to jump to any conclusion, I can see where he's coming from, but this all seems to cause an itch on the back of my head. Can it be? Did I actually get excited about something related to my census work? Well, when we arrived in Little Creek the next morning, there was some sort of festival going on. Odd that Mr. Dunbar didn't mention this yesterday. After taking the celebrations and checking the records, we found ourselves in a little church talking to Father McBride. And if Dunbar already gave me red flags, this guy was on a whole different level. Way too well spoken and scarily insightful. He read us like open books. He brought up my father, and that seemed to really trigger something in me. I'm not exactly sure what had happened, but all of a sudden I found myself in front of the church facing that scorched tree. They must put something in my food, or maybe it was the extreme heat, together with what the son of a bitch in the church has said. But I saw my mother and a group of robed figures starting to hang him. Well, him, my father. I snapped out of it, and when O'Nolan came to check on me, and unfortunately this also drew the attention of a bunch of town folks, but I was honestly just fed up with their cheerfulness and tired of playing nice. While Nolan and I tried to lose the people that just didn't seem to get the hint of just leaving us alone, we ran into an old lady who clearly lost it quite some time ago. But the things she said, I don't know, it made the back of my head itch again. She talked about this place being weird and people not really seeing things clearly and want us to get out of here and come back with reinforcements. While she was distracted, the itch... It took over, and I stuffed an old box filled with even older journals in my handbag. They talked about the town's prophet Merryweather, but according to the books, he wasn't a saint at all, but some sort of sorcerer that fled for the witch trials. That, combined with my hallucinations I had earlier, made my mind feel on edge, and I'm not sure if I like it or not. Meanwhile, Mr. Baker and Hamilton apparently became best buddies with that slimy church guy. They both found it awful patronizing when we shared our discoveries with them. I suspect the priest sweet-talked him to them or something. Not that surprising. They're men after all. What did surprise me was the determination O'Nolan showed. He was the last person I expected to become a kindred spirit in all of this. Maybe there is some hope in men after all. Nah, who am I really kidding? We decided to return to the hotel. Would be a good idea, since O'Nolan and I felt like there was definitely something off here. Fake hall records, missing children, weird old men that are supposedly saints but somehow involved with witchcraft. This place reeks of some weird cool shit. Unfortunately, we discovered that our car went missing as well. At this point, I'm not even that surprised, honestly. While it was getting visually late and returning on foot through the forest, now was definitely not a good idea. So we did decide to do some more poking, while Baker and Hamilton were on the search for the car, or at least some car that could get us out of here. Yeah, right, like that's gonna happen, but O'Nolan and I decided to meet up at the infamous doctor that the crazy old lady and some other town folks mentioned before. He apparently is helping some folks out with the fever, and also treated our former colleague, Mr. Bingham. As soon as we made our presence known to the town folks, they were quick to introduce us to Dr. Wentworth. Again, way too nice, but playing along with men like this by now seems like second nature to me. So I pretended to be that poor woman in distress, and he quickly led us to his office. O'Nolan decided to tag along. I really hope he knows what he's doing. He stayed back in the waiting room doing some investigating on his own, and I followed the doctor through his office and in his examination room, where he mixed the tonic for me that supposedly was going to help me with my heat stroke. But unfortunately, silly old me is just too clumsy and knocked it over, and he had to redo it. While he was busy, I looked around for a way to log in here, unsuccessfully. So I only saw one other option, and that was how I ended up in this particular situation. Trying to knock out the doctor with my favorite handbag. How exhilarating. Looks like karma finally is catching up to me.
Your handbag swirled through the air, but missing the doctor by a good couple of feet, instead clearing off half of his desk. He quickly spins around. Now! Miss Rose, was it? I must have misdiagnosed my assessment, my first diagnosis here. You certainly are. Are you under some sort of fit? Oh dear, good thing you didn't drink the tonic. That would have been maybe a disastrous effect. Catherine, call Mark and Steve. Yes, I think we have some problem here. Now, Miss Rose, listen to my voice and calm down. Just breathe in, hold your breath, and breathe out. And he's positioning himself kind of right in front of you, but keeping the distance nicely. What do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw a fly and I wanted to get it from your shoulder, I suppose.
With your handbag, clearing off my table in the aftermath. Miss Rose, please take a seat, and let's talk about this calmly.
Of course. I apologize.
No need to apologize. Everything is fine, as long as we can communicate like normal human beings. Give me a listen roll.
One second, I forgot to open my character sheet.
All good.
Success.
As you sit down, do you hold on to your handbag?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He notices this, but you can hear behind you what you would get, not high heels, but certainly like shoes with lifts, or female shoes, as well as some heavy footsteps echoing through the house. Shortly after, you hear two men in their deep voice. Is it another one, Miss Wentworth? Should we get the material as well? No. I think we got it under control. Just come with me. And shortly after that, a elderly, mid-sized woman, let's say end of 40s, comes into the door, and you can see her smiling at you. Oh, good day, my dear. Good Lord, I was afraid that it was our Willie again. You know, the heat doesn't very well work with him, and he gets a bit angry. And I told you enough, Philip, that you should talk to me beforehand. You have any of the guests here, in case something happens. You know what happened the last time. Catherine, please, not while the guests are here. I fear that Miss Rose here is suffering some sort of delusional aftermath of a heat stroke. Now, as I must say, I must have been a lucky one, as a fly suddenly apparently attacked me, but it missed me. As he kind of points to the half-destroyed table. She kind of looks at him a bit confused. Miss Rose, she kind of leans over your shoulder, kind of looks at you with a smile. Are you all right, my dear? You look a bit pale. Can I?
Yes.
Can I just? She puts her hand on your forehead. Yes. Philip, do you think she has a fever, or? Well, it's hard to say, but I think nevertheless we should give her some rest, maybe some cold compressions, and give her maybe an hour or two to rest. I'll fetch some of the... Yes, here it is. Picks up a clear liquid, and he goes to another cupboard, opens it up, and pulls outside a glass syringe, which he starts to fill up. What do you do?
I don't think that's necessary. I do feel much better, and actually, so sorry about this mess, and I'm going towards where I throw off like all the stuff from the table and just start trying to clean up.
Don't bother, my dear. Philip will take care of this in a moment. Now, if you just come with us, I'll just bring you upstairs into one of our rooms where you can take a little rest, and I will do you some cold compressions, and you'll feel better afterwards. Trust me. And Mr. Dr. Wentworth is filling up the syringe. Or do you have any other objections to that, my dear?
I do have a fear of needles, so I think I will be fine like this. So if you could just keep that away from me, please. I get very anxious around them.
But we're gonna behave from now on, are we?
Of course, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I thought it wasn't that bad, but I don't know. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Don't worry. No, thank you, Catherine. I'll clean this up, and I'll be with you in a moment. And Catherine kind of gives you a hand to get up, and you can see that just in the waiting room outside of the study or the office, there are two hulks of men. They're wearing white kind of nurses' uniforms, but they're very, very tight-fitting, and you can see that if they would span their muscles a bit, they would start to tear. They don't look like the intelligent nurse type, more a strong cleaning personnel of the household, one would say. And to really scrub out the dirty edges in the corners. And the two of them are standing kind of next to the entrance, and as soon as you with Catherine step outside, you can see that one of them is going up ahead of you and the other one is going behind you. And Catherine is kind of leaning towards you. Now, my dear, you've been drinking enough today? You've eaten anything? I'll prepare some food for you. Maybe some soup or some porridge. Something simple that shouldn't upset your stomach too much.
It'd be lovely. Thank you very much.
Good.
I kind of look around in the warding room and noticing that O'Nolan isn't here anymore.
Yeah. And
just keep going.
Yeah, Catherine leads you up the staircase, and you can go up to the second floor. And actually, meanwhile, underneath the staircase, Levi, a roll for listen. Okay. The only thing that you hear in this darkened corridor after you've dropped your light that tumbled down into the darkness is this moaning, wailing sound of a man. I love them all. I'm so sorry. I love them. I love you all.
Oh. Levi is just he's disgusted with himself more than anything else. And muttering to himself, he's going to go down the stairs.
Okay. You descend down the stairs, and it takes you about 30 seconds, 45, close to a minute. Well, time is hard to tell in absolute darkness, and you don't know where to thread. You know what? Give me a dexterity roll to see that you're not tumbling down or falling down somewhere. With an extreme success, you are very careful the way you go down. And so it happens that you go further and further away from these footsteps that just barely echo at the top of the staircase as Miss Rose is being escorted to her private rooms for the rest of the day. You come to the ground, Levi, and I think just with such good extreme dexterity roll, you land with one of your foot on your lighter. You feel the kind of metallic sound as it makes when you step on it.
Ah, brilliant. And get some light on the subject.
Okay. As you do, you realize there is, a long hallway right in front of you. You can see to the right there are, well, bars or, cell doors, you would say. At least two of them that you can see with the little light that you have. Spaced quite far apart that you would guess it's about 5 yards or so that they're spaced apart from each other. And to your left you find a single metallic door with a little slit in it. And maybe just at the end of the hallway, another door that ends this corridor.
Right. Is there any notion of where the sound is coming from? The wailing?
The moment you turn on the light and step to the bottom here, everything became quiet.
Oh. On the plus side, it's quiet. Levi, I'll turn right towards the bars, just so that I can have a check of those out before I get stuck in with the doors, I suppose.
The first door that you come by, it's an barred door like you would see in a prison or something. And behind it, it looks like a neatly, very minimalistic, but neatly furnished living room. You can see a couple of beds on the edge of the corner, on the edge of that room. There's a table, dining room table. There are little kind of shelves and a small library with children's books, what you would guess. There's a couple of vases and, neatly decorated living room with a couple of beds.
Is it
Unoccupied.
are the beds
It's neatly
small?
There are two small ones and two large ones.
Are all the books children's books?
No,
Or...
not all. They, from what you can see with that light, it's a mix between various books, but children books stand out that they are amongst them.
Okay. Did you say there was a second one in this direction?
Yep,
Or...
just a bit further down on the same side of this corridor.
Have a look at that then, I suppose.
You move forward, and as you go with your light just to that barred door, you shine inside. It is absolute dark in there, but you can see a woman sitting at the table, a child next to her, and it's reading a book in absolute darkness. Another one is lying on the bed and sleeping. And the woman's just sitting there, staring kind of straight ahead on the other wall and smiling.
That doesn't look good. Excuse me, Levi. Just sort of gently tries to interrupt.
Oh, is it time for my medicine? Oh, you're not the doctor. Are you my husband?
No, I'm a locum. Is there... I just seem to be a little bit lost. Is there a way out of here?
You should ask the doctor. The doctor will help you. He helped me and my children, didn't he? And she kind of strikes the child's head.
Right. What have you got? Is it this fever thing that everyone's talking about, or?
Please don't say it. And she's kind of concerned and puts her hand on the child. She's like, we've gotten over it. We're feeling better now. We could, aren't we? Yes, Mom. Is that Daddy? No, 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 no. But he will be here soon. I know it. The doctor said so. Daddy will come soon. Do you know where the doctor is? Is he here yet?
I'm just looking for him myself. I'm sure he'll be around any moment now.
Should we call
And
him?
I start
Doctor!
going
Doctor!
back.
Doctor!
No, it's okay. I think it's very important for your treatment to keep calm and very tranquil. Just read. It's perfectly fine. Okay? He'll be back in a moment.
She doesn't really reply, but her head just moves back to the same position as it was before, and she's staring at the other side of the wall and smiles. I think now is a good time to roll for fear. For sanity. Sorry.
Yeah. Doesn't. Oof.
Okay, that will be, I think a 1d3, because this whole scenery is confusing and very awful.
Oh. How do I do that? Right. 3 then.
Good. So, you might feel a bit for them, maybe. Or how do you feel about that as you turn away?
I'm sickened, really. Levi doesn't like the fact that they are losing their minds, or have had their minds being lost for them. It's, deeply disturbing for him. And the fact that they're children as well is not great.
So what is your next thing that you do then? There's 2 more doors. There's one further down at the end of the corridor, and the one that kind of is opposite on the other side of the hallway.
I'll check the final room, and then, but it'll be quick.
Yeah, you go to the end of the hallway. It seems locked, but if you put your ear to it, you hear just faint humming sound from within, like a mechanical humming sound, like a generator maybe.
Right. And it's completely locked. I can't open.
You need a key for that, yeah.
Okay, get out of there and go to the other door and see if I can get out that way.
The other door is also locked. Or, it's closed and it's locked. But there's a little kind of metallic slider that you can move.
Slide it open.
And as you slide it open, we switch to the church, where, Jordan, you've just been able to kind of look around a bit closer at the painting of this old-timey man that you suggested or think is this Curtis Merriweather. And as you walked along the frame, your expertise and your background clearly showed you that there's a bit more to it, and you realize there is a hinge, and underneath, behind it, you find a safe with a rotary lock mechanism.
Well, look at that. A priest is something valuable to hide. What do you think, Mr. Hamilton? Shall we, do we see if we can get this thing open?
If you feel
Or-
able to, by any means.
Well, by any means, I'd probably be able to, but that might be a bit excessive.
At our disposal right now.
So do I want to start basically just playing around with the code wheel a bit, kind of like in thought, trying to think, like trying these kind of like the standard factory settings for safes or whatever, but which is probably all pointless, but kind of just to get his thoughts running and keep his hands busy while doing so. Well, do we know any numbers of significance?
1726, wasn't it? Or
What's...
was it the death of Curtis Merriweather?
Oh, that's the thing
or...
that says on the gravestone, right? Yeah. Oh, let's try that. Why not? 17 in one direction and 20 in one and 6 in the other, or some way like this.
Well, you do 17, it clicks. You do.
Oh, look at that.
You do 20, it doesn't click. It goes.
Well,
it goes
that
up.
was a
It goes
good
up to 50,
start.
so 49. But yeah.
Well, it was a good start. You can slowly keep rotating until we hit the 26. But you probably not just have a 2 number
At
code,
20
right?
and 26, it clicks again.
Trying the handle.
You would know at least 4 numbers minimum.
Alright. Well, we can try. What's it? 1641 was the town established, right? So let's turn back to 16.
So you continue to try a bit there.
Yeah.
And you can give me an listen roll, I think is a good point. And so while you do that, Mr. Hamilton, when you picked up a couple of these journals and books, or ledgers that were in the shelves, they seem to be kind of personal notes, a couple prepared sermons, and they're like, reading through some of them and just getting a brief idea of them, it sometimes sound really disturbing. It's at least for you, a clearly distorted and twisted type of religion, or at least aspects of it, to what you deem Christianity is. It is set to maybe the values or the points that he wants to make. You find briefly a couple notes, Mrs. T said, neighbor stole some carrots or something. And so the sermon that he gives by this is then a very gruesome and dark kind of attention, focusing on stealing and the punishment, and the possibility of outcasting and their like. And it underlines the strength of the community, the togetherness, the union, and everything that is making this town great. That's kind of while you read through this initially, or scan through them.
While skimming through that, can I also position myself near the door and listen for anyone approaching?
Sure, you can.
At least I tried.
Yeah, but your mind is a bit focused. For one, you overhear Baker kind of just calling out numbers and thinking about would 15 work? Do we have something with 15? And you can see him kind of continuously rattling through the wheel and then spinning it to reset. And it's almost a bit touch too late when you hear footsteps maybe 5 yards away from the study. And
Someone's coming. And I will put the things as best as I can back on the on his desk. What I
Throwing
took.
the painting back into position.
okay. And as you just close the painting, Father McBride steps in, and Mr. Father McBride, where is he? There he is. Looks at the two of you and says, they lost sheep. Have you lost something earlier?
There you are. We were wondering. We wanted to ask you a couple of questions. It's just I
see.
couldn't get this painting out of my head. I really wanted to ask you about it. Beautiful thing. But you were out, right? Had something to do down in the town.
Oh yes. Well, we were actually quite concerned. We haven't seen or heard from our guests since a good while now. I don't know if you're aware, but it looks like your friend Miss Rose isn't feeling so well. She's currently being treated by the doctor. Apparently, something must have gotten to her. I just thought you might want to know.
Yes. Now here's the thing. It's terrible thing. We I guess as city folk are just not used to the country sun. But we thought of getting her back to, well, at least to the hotel to have a rest. But Father, there's a curious thing going on. Do you happen to remember how we arrived here? Because our memory doesn't seem to fully match with that of the good people of the town we spoke to.
I am sorry. I don't think we met until much later in the day when you came here for the first time.
True. I just thought, could swear we came by car, which would be a bit of an unusual sight here, right? Probably would stand out, probably even
quite
visible
so.
from here.
Yes, I think so.
So you wouldn't remember something like that?
Well,
Big honking thing, metal and wheels, fresh rubber, smell of gasoline.
I do apologize. I was here the whole morning. I was preparing actually some activities for the festival, and I thought, I was informed that we would have guests today. I didn't know who or when you would arrive, but I was pleasantly surprised that you decided to visit me. I must say, I think I should have called the doctor back then already when I saw Miss Rose behaving that oddly. Maybe she would have felt so bad now.
The doctor's capable man, right? She's probably in good hands.
Absolutely, I trust him with my life. He's a good man. He's a good doctor.
Mm. How unfortunate. Not what I wanted to hear.
Since when do you know the doctor? Was he born here?
Oh, yes, of course. He was born here. He was always a part of this town, and it's not. It's everyone's destiny to fill certain parts in the community, and he just has the natural abilities for someone for this profession, and he helped a lot of people over the years.
It seems to be fairly good. Sorry, go ahead. Well, it seems to be fairly good since you didn't even suffer from the flu going around, right?
No.
Just from this, we heard just from a fever that occasionally hit,
Oh yes,
something like that.
It's the most peculiar thing. We don't know exactly what it is, but well, it's here and then. Occasionally, some of our villages are affected by these sort of wilds and irrationalities. And well, I must say the doctor treats them, and they feel much better afterwards.
Well, I would hope that we are not in any danger of catching something here.
No. I believe the last spread of it was contained, and it was a couple of months ago, the latest, I would say. You have nothing to worry about.
That's great. Father, I do have a bit of an awkward question here.
Yes.
Well, like I said, we wanted to drive back to the hotel and found our car missing, and some of your block seemed to be peculiarly unhelpful in trying to find our car.
Well, again, if you believe that well, I wouldn't go as far as accusing any of my flock as a liar or telling the untruth.
We're not asking you to. That's not what I want you to do. But you seem to be pretty straight with us so far. So
Of course, why
thought
wouldn't
it
I?
might be worth asking you. You have any idea why someone would want to keep us here?
By anyone? Are you accusing us of anything? We have nothing
So
but
far,
grateful as far
just
as I
curious.
I have to say that I'm a bit disappointed by this line of inquiry. We have nothing but offered you support, help, and generosity, and now you're accusing us of malfeasance?
No accusation so far, but you can see how the situation is probably very frustrating for us.
I do
It's
understand.
not here to make enemies, but well, we do have to leave at some point. You do understand that, right?
I do. You know what? How about we go and take a look? If you want, I can come with you, and we'll see if we can find your automobile.
Changing a quick
This
glance
would be wonderful.
Well, good. Let me just grab my hat, and he pulls out like one of these large black hats. You know, when I heard about the heat stroke, I think it's better precaution, but they're safe than sorry. Don't want to feel ill for tonight's festivities.
Had an agreement.
While we were talking, was he hiding anything during the conversation? Like, did he know more or anything?
You can roll for psychology.
I'd like to try. He's still the best man.
For your failed psychology roll, you can clearly see that he's careful in his approach, and he felt a bit offended by the way that Mr. Baker here was asking him and accusing the town of doing anything to you at all. And he kind of just motions to the door, and
So
let's go take a look for your
around this
car.
ended for now.
And he closes the door, and the three of you walk out, leaving the church with the father.
Mm-hmm.
On the other end, to the north of Little Creek, Rose, you're being gently and politely brought upstairs to the second floor. Here you can see 5 doors. one up ahead on the landing, 3 on the side, and 1 behind you. You don't see anything unusual, but there's not much furniture. It's very clean and very hospital-like, you would say. And one of the man up ahead, or the man up ahead, kind of goes up to the door straight ahead and opens it up and motions inside. It's a very clean and sterile room. Tiled floors. The window on the other end has some curtains in front of it to not let in the afternoon sun. And you can see that it's only consisting of a bed, a small table, and a chair in front of it. And it's, most of it is steel, like in a hospital. There's a small nightstand. And I want you to roll spot hidden as you step inside this room. The only thing that you realize is that, it's very neat and very clean, very meticulous. And before you can even take a closer look, you feel Catherine's hand as she's kind of just behind you. Now, darling, would you like to lay down? Steve, can you get some water, please? Yes, ma'am. And one of the tall guys in the back leaves. And the other one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Your name was Catherine, right?
Yes, Catherine Wentworth.
Oh, so you're the doctor's wife, I assume, from the names.
She blushes a bit. Yes.
He is seems to be quite nice. I'm so terribly sorry for this incident. It's very embarrassing for me.
Don't worry, not at all. Now take a seat here. You didn't realize it, maybe because your focus was on Catherine, but the other tall guy is suddenly on the other side of the bed as you're sitting down. And Catherine kind of stands in front of you. It's like, so I would suggest you take a good rest and maybe take a little while to close your eyes and just get your strength back. I'll give you some water, and then later on, I think we can be completely normal and see how you're doing. Maybe even later on we can go and see the festivities together. A bit of the afternoon, or late afternoon and evening coolness will do you some good.
That sounds actually very lovely. Thank you. I think taking some rest would probably be for the best.
She just sits at the foot of the bed and waits for you to kind of lay down.
Yeah, I very much immediately lie down and kind of rub my eyes.
Good. She kind of looks up to the other guy. I think we're fine then, aren't we? And the other guy comes back with a carafe of water, and he brings a small cup, fills it up, and hands it to you.
Thank you.
And once you've once you've drank some water, he takes the glass, and Catherine kind of just looks at you. Well, then I think you should get some rest, and we'll check on you maybe in an hour or so. I don't want you to be disturbed, so...
sounds good.
Yes. Boys, I think it's time that we give this lady some rest. I'll make sure to send Philip up here in a bit to check on you.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, I'm so sorry.
Not at all. She smiles as she gets out of the room. And yeah, she the boys and her get outside. She closes the door, and you can hear a click, click, click.
I lie down and close my eyes
Okay.
and pretend to sleep till I hear anything, I suppose. Yes.
Give me a listen roll.
Okay. Hard success.
From downstairs in the reception, you can hear, a bit muffled, the voice of Dr. Wentworth. Mr. O'Nolan? Mr. O'Nolan? Hello? Where are you? I just sent your colleague upstairs. Mr. O'Nolan? Darling, have you seen this Mr. O'Nolan fellow? He came with us, and I thought he was waiting outside. Can you send the boys to check on the outskirts? I just want to make sure that he doesn't get lost. And you hear Catherine's like, boys, you heard him. Philip, just give that lady a bit of rest before we continue. Of course, darling. How about we have a cup of tea ourselves? And you hear them all descending down. Do you want to do something?
I will actually... Yeah, I mean, nothing major. I assume there's like blankets here or something, like a thin sheet.
There's a thin sheet, indeed, which you're just lying upon.
Yeah, so I'm basically making myself very, very comfortable. Mm-hmm. And just, I mean, I'm trying not to fall asleep, even though I'm probably pretty tired by now. But I'm just trying to look like I'm totally cozy and into a very deep slumber.
Give me a luck roll.
Okay.
And this time if you fail the luck, then you will... And you rolled a 100. I was going to say if you pass, then you can rest assured and sleep tightly for at least a couple of minutes, because you might feel sleepy. But the moment you pull out the sheath, it's a bit stuck, and you realize something is caught on it. And you go to the mattress end of your steel bed, and you can see that the sheath, as it's tucked underneath, there is what looks to be leather straps on steel chains at the two corners of the feet that are just underneath the blanket, or underneath the mattress. And when you check on the top, you realize that they're also the same sort of restraints at the head part of the bed. Further, you realize that the bed itself is bolted into the floor. So is the chair, the table, and as you open the blinds, you find there are iron bars on the window. Checking the door, you realize that it's a bit reinforced as well, with quite some sturdy lock. The only movable thing in this whole room is a chamber pot underneath the bed, besides the blanket and the pillow.
I kind of take a look around the room and realizing the unpleasantness of this situation. I try to make it look like everything was like before, like the curtains are like they were when the others were last year. And are the chains on the bed, are they hidden, or
they're tucked underneath the bed?
Or they're obvious?
They're tucked underneath. It just looked like they were kind of piece of it. And if you didn't really look closely enough, you wouldn't have even realized that they are kind of like fixed to the bedposts.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
And I think with a
Yeah,
hundred,
so I'm just gonna make...
make
Oh, yeah, no, continue.
you make sure that everything is as it's been before, and when you lay back into bed, I think with the fumble on that lacroix, just as you kind of lay in bed and you look kind of just above you, that metallic post of the bed, you can see there are what appears to be like scratch marks from fingernails underneath where the paint is kind of being pulled off. And I think for that beautiful realization in what room you are and what possibilities might end up here, you can roll for sanity. Okay. I think that's that's just 1 point of sanity loss here, as you still have the ability and you're not tied down. But you know that you're certainly not in a good position. While on the other hand, downstairs in the basement and the hallway, Levi, you slide the little slider to the side of this room. And you take a moment to look around, to kind of raise the Zippo that you have, the lighter, to the center of the room, or to the center of the slit, and you will see the following beautiful depiction that you can now zoom in on Roll20, which is also in the scenario that you can find on Drivethrurpg, on sale currently. It is a man tied to a chair. There are various lines and cables, you would almost say, coming from the ceiling. There's a table filled with boxes, anatomical drawings on chalkboards. There is what looks to be a poem of some sort written in facing this man. Pictures of, you would say, a couple of families members, and I think even though it's, you don't have much light, but the light that is kind of shimmering inside from various sources that are indescribable at the moment indicate that these are the pictures of the woman and the 2 children in the other room. And you realize that the man on that chair, who's tied up, you can see he has these leather straps around his arms, around his feet, around his waist. You can see as well that there are some strange sensations about his eyes, because his eyes are wide open and he just seems to stare ahead to that table. And the moment you kind of slide it open, he's just, yes, I love them. I really love them all. I love them so much. I'm good. And at that moment, I think the most beautiful thing is that you will realize who that man is. It is Gerald Bingham. And I think you can roll for sanity here.
Right.
Okay. That is a
Jeez.
D6 sanity, please. For seeing the man that has been disappeared for now almost a couple months, tied to this chair and staring at the same board, probably for a couple of weeks.
So that's 3. I haven't gone completely insane.
Good. What is your reaction, though?
Bingham, is that you? And I'm probably saying it a bit too loud.
There's no reaction.
I'm going to take a leap of logic. Wilbert, is that you?
No reaction.
Tell me your name.
Doctor, is that you?
Oh shit.
I'm Gerald Barlow. I'm Gerald Barlow. No. Good.
Oh.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
The other.
Yeah. There it is. He says, repeats the moment you ask him who he is. I'm Gerald Barlow. I love my wife, Celeste. We have been married for 10 years. We have 2 children, Kathy, 9, and Bobby, 2. I would do anything for them. I am sorry that I made them sick. I will not leave them again. I love Little Creek. I was born here. I will die here. I trust the doctor will take good care of me. Mr. Dunbar will support me, and Father Duncan will guide me to my Lord. I am one of many. Without me, the world will fall to chaos. Without them, I am nothing.
Rightio. Levi takes a step back, slowly slides the slot shut.
Doctor, I understand now. Please, doctor. And then kind of muffles, and then it goes quiet.
And I'm going to go up the stairs and see whether or not I can get out of here.
Okay. As that happens, we're going quickly to Jordan and Aiden as you leave with the father, the church. And he kind of walks with you for a moment and looks around the area. Such a pleasant day, isn't it? Now it's... I don't know if anyone extended already an invitation, but it would be nice if you could stay for the festivities later. You know, it's just a nice get-together, and I think by then, we'll sort it all out, and you can leave short after.
It's awfully kind of you, but you understand with our colleague being sick and everything being a bit hectic, we don't wish to inconvenience you.
Oh, no inconvenience. A couple more, a couple less, it wouldn't make the difference. I think it is an integral part that you would see that we are not the monsters that you make us that you described earlier. It sounded like we are decent folk, and we wouldn't think of doing anything of the sort of accusations that you believe us as thieves or liars. No.
Well, we asked your policeman to drive us back to the hotel, but maybe if we've all freshened up and recovered a bit, we would come back and happily join you, if everyone's health and time allows.
Of course. Well, I mean, that's totally up to you then, but I just wanted to extend the invitation in case you consider it otherwise.
What sort of festivity are you expecting in the evening?
Oh, it's the general celebration of the festival, the main act, the celebratory finale of this beautiful day. Ending with song, dance, and fun. It's for the whole family.
Aha.
That's quite nice. We will see how Miss Rose is feeling then, and where we end up.
I give you 2 drink tickets for it as well, on the house.
Um, what time of day is it now? Like how late in the day is it now roughly? When we're talking about like festivities in the evening, is the sun setting already or?
It's setting already. It's getting there. You know, the colors changes to the darker orange. You would guess in like an hour, maybe 2 hours till sundown.
When we left the church, I actually had one more question. There was the burnt down tree roughly in front of the church, right? That
Correct.
like a couple of feet from there. Are there other trees standing around there, like in that area? Like trees of roughly that kind of size and loneliness as the one that has burnt down?
Similar trees. I mean, it's hard to tell what type of tree it was because it's
Sure.
only charred remains, but you see a couple of.
I mean, it stood fairly fairly apart from everything else, right?
The burn tree.
It wasn't like a.
The burn tree stands fairly apart from everything else. You can see then further in the individual kind of gardens and you know areas in front of houses. They have apple trees or cherry trees, and they're like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but not another like I don't know another 6 trees in a row that all look like they've been placed in a sort of like spot of honor.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
Or 4,
And
4 in a
another-
row, right? But with certain marks on one branch. No,
There's-
none of
we're-
that.
With some sort of like stool already standing ready next to them.
Oh, I'm just taking a rest in the shade. It's fine. No, nothing of that sort. But yeah, the father kind of just looks at you, and it's like, so what do you reckon? Where do you want to look? I have to say,
Well, sort of trusting you on that one. Where actually, half trusting him on that one. Jordan would have a look around. Where is like a barn or building where one would hide a car, assuming people don't just put this in the living room.
I mean, you see several farmhouses around you. This is a farming town, farming home. Bunch of those would be able to fit a car. I mean, easily, because they seemingly also fit hay for the winter. They fit farm animals. You can see, a couple of cows and pork running around.
Fair enough.
So.
Fair enough. Is there a place where I'm asking the priest actually? Is there a place where you, where the community puts their carts in the winter or something similar?
Oh, we don't have too many carts ourselves. I know Mr. Dunbar has a barn. Then well, a couple of others of the townsfolk that drives the carriages for the harvest. But you know what? We can.
Someone's probably helpfully put it away to, just in case it starts raining or something similar. So
yes.
curious where it's.
You know what? Let's go and check with Susan and Hank. I'm sure if somebody saw something moving or leaving the town, and those two are never far away from that information. A good source of the gossip, one would say. Although I wouldn't rely too much on it. But let's just have that on between the three of us. I don't want this to be a rumor that I myself would put out in the world.
If you believe them to be helpful, sure.
Oh yes.
I trust you on that.
Oh, marvelous. Yes, just let's go then. And he kind of starts to lead you again through the town festivities. You can see now everything is a bit more generous, more flowers, more decorations. People are already in a good mood, in a very good mood, some. But as they see you, they kind of cheer you and start to offer you again drinks and snacks if you want. There's quite a celebratory mood. A couple of people play instruments and sing songs. and you pass through the main town, or the town center, and he then leads you to the left, to kind of just a bit further away from the main square, towards the east of town. And here he kind of just almost comes to the last house at the corner, and he notions, wait a second, I think I even marked this, that would be number 8 on the map. And he notions to that beautiful house, and just from how it looks, the first thing that comes to your mind is like B&B. In a quite remote, cozy atmosphere, town atmosphere. There's a patio up front, double story. And on the porch, you see this man sitting outside in a rocking chair. Next to him is a lovely wife, or lovely woman, who is, there we go, who is smiling and gets up as she sees Father Duncan and says, "Oh, Father, wonderful to see you. How do you do? Susan, Hank, how do you do? Everything all right? Wonderful. You're not just resting and letting the others do the work? No. We had the morning shift. We're just taking a little tea time. I thought as much. Now I was wondering. Here, my new friends." He chuckles as he motions to you. Now they attest that they arrived by car this morning, and it seems like it rather mysteriously disappeared. It seems like. Now you wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, Father? Why would you come to us for that? He kind of just looks at her and smiles, and she's like blushing a bit. It's like, well, no, I haven't heard anything about a car to arrive. I heard that Wilma told me earlier this morning that a group of people arrived from the west. They were hiking or something.
That's what we were told, but not what we experienced.
Are you sure? Well, he kind of goes over to them. Give me a spot hidden or an observation roll.
Observation? Is that a thing?
Sorry. I'm in a different game system, apparently, still. I don't know why. It would be a spot hidden or psychology.
Right.
Oh. On the spot, Aiden, you succeed in that little kind of notion. As you see the two sitting there on the porch, and you see, you hear the response of Susan as she's like, "Oh no, Wilma told me they arrived from the west by foot." You see the teacup of Hank shaking for a moment, and his eyes kind of just widen, and then there's this forceful smile as he kind of just looks up and looks at the father and says like, "Yeah, right, yeah."
Maybe you still can help us. Where do you know? We were wondering, maybe the car was in the way because of the festivities and everything. So we clearly would understand if it was moved, but where could we find the car if that was what was happening? Is there some place we can look?
Place? Well, I mean, it would be pretty obvious if there would be a car in town, don't you think? And Susan kind of turns to Hank. "Do you know of any place?" And he just looks at her. "No, I don't know." Instant replies to her. Well, see, that's what I thought. I wouldn't be aware, but don't you want to come in? I just made some fresh cookies and just put out in a kettle of tea. Maybe you can tell us more about this car of yours. Maybe we just didn't see it.
Right. These people are clearly the wrong ones to get mad at, but Jordan does not care. There's like a swiping machine. If there's a teacup standing around, it'll shatter on the wall. As he explodes in the priest and the two people's face. Okay, I've had it with you people. What do you mean there's no car around? What do you mean we came on foot? What is this lie? What are you hoping to achieve here? Clearly we have not.
No, just calm down. I think are you feeling okay? Oh dear, you must, did you maybe get infected on the way here? I hope you didn't bring on any of the fever. And
well,
you can
feel like I should be hoping I brought something. You would clearly deserve it.
Susan kind of just like wide opens her eyes and she's, oh dear, we should call the doctor. Boys! And she kind of just reaches around or looks around the patio and calls down kind of further
Would
to
everyone
the
please calm down? I think this is an overreaction. My
Glares at you.
Mr. Baker here clearly is upset about a car. We are certain we came with and we're on search for. This doesn't mean that he got infected by anything just because we stayed a day here. If you have a fever, maybe some people get affected, but this is a bit too rash for my opinion. So please let everyone calm down. We don't want it to make accusations here. We're just in search of our car. And if we overstepped at any point, we're really sorry. And I would like to make a persuasion out of this.
Yes, please. Go for it. Okay. You see the father kind of looking at Susan and Hank. They look at each other, look at the father, like, Mexican standoff type of thing for a second. The father kind of just looks around. You know what? I think you're right. Might have been overreacting here a bit. How about we go inside and have a nice cup of tea, and we'll talk about this, and we'll have a rational discussion. I don't want to make any accusations myself, but if your friend here is acting out and starting to become violent, I do have to ask that we might need to ask him to leave as soon as possible.
Jordan is still fuming and grumbles. Yes, the car is not the problem. Being lied to is right. I guess I should leave. And he'll actually start wandering off. And only when he's, 10, 15 meters away, he turns to see if Aiden joins or not. But clearly he doesn't care.
Okay. Aiden,
Because he wanders off and a half, roughly southwards at the moment, along the edge of town.
Looking between the group I'm standing with and Mr. Baker rushing off, Aiden would say, I think it's best if he cools off his temper for a moment. I will accompany him. We have a little walk. And when he's calmer and not acting out anymore, we could come back and join you for a cup of tea, if that would be all right with you. Just give us a moment. He has a temper. I'm sorry for that.
Let me see. The father looks at you, looks at Jordan, looks at Susan. She kind of just seemingly nods. I think it might be a good idea. Whenever he's calmed down, you just come and visit us, and then we'll look for your car in peace and quiet. And I'm sure we're going to find it quickly. And he steps inside, and Susan kind of just follows him. Father, I don't know if you've heard, but I reckon that Sophia was recently on the field with, and something. And You're just about to turn around when suddenly Hank reaches your arm and he looks at you. Don't be stupid. Just go along with it. Go along. Hank, you coming? Yes. I was just saying they should go up and take a nice walk. And
Thank you. We will come back in a moment. Thanks for your understanding. And I will walk off, seemingly not reacting to what Hank said to me.
If you look back, you can just see him kind of closing the door for a second, but like he looks at you, just looks at you, stares at you. And then you can see him kind of like quickly turning and closing the door and disappearing inside. And you follow up Jordan. At the same time, Levi, you run up the stairs, it sounds like. Adrenaline pumping, sweat and fright motivating.
Yes, I suppose.
You come up to the doorway. You have your lighter on, lighter with you now. You can take your time turning it on if you can. Give me a dex roll, actually. How quickly you can turn that thing on again after you've rushed up, and if you have steady enough hands. Yeah, you couple breaths and you turn on the light, and you can see that it's a relatively sophisticated mechanism here, but you also see a release mechanism that you wouldn't have seen before. It's kind of a little kind of latch in one corner that if you don't really have light, you could have touched over it or whatever.
Okay. I'm going to try and listen for anything but behind the door. Make certain that I don't hear any noises, and then open the door.
Okay, give me a listen roll then. Even a hard success. With a hard success, you would hear muffled voices somewhere from the left of the house. You would, from when you came in, you would guess that's the parlor or some sort of living room or some sort of down here. At least in that direction, not to the office where the doctor was. It's still you're still behind the door, but you can hear muffled sounds because the walls are not too thick here. So to the left, you can hear some muffled voices, and you do hear some kind of the floorboards creaking. What you guess was the front area where the door is, where the steps up to the landing are, to the front entrance.
Which would be immediately in front of the door if I opened it.
If you open it, there's still kind of the hallway, and then there's a front entrance room, like a courtroom. So it's far enough away, but since you're kind of in this internal part of the building, you can hear the floorboards underneath the construction. So you know that there's still some distance.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. I'll open it and try and sneak out.
Okay.
I've got my little pocket abacus in my hand.
Okay. It's very important to calculate your probability of escape in that moment, indeed.
Yeah.
Roll for sneak now, and we'll see what that has for implications.
Oh.
You certainly should mark that success off. You release the hinge. The door swings open as silently as it did before, and you can poke your head out. You see at the front entrance one of the huge masses of man leaning at one of the door frames. He has a cigarette in his mouth, and he's just like kind of smoking and just looking and staring at the sun and looking around. You can hear now the conversation of the doctor and a woman. No, I don't think she's feeling that well. I will have a good talk with her. Philip, don't do too much. I don't think she will handle it. She needs to be ready for the evening. No, don't worry, Catherine. It's gonna be just the right amount. What do you do?
Well, I heard the footsteps going upstairs.
Yep.
So I'm going to...
No, you did not.
I heard the foot... Oh, I didn't.
No, you did not. So the last you know is that she was in the doctor's office, which is to the right.
So I'm going to look in the doctor's office.
Okay. Since you passed your stealth, you move there swiftly. Do you close the trap or the secret door?
Yes, it was easy enough to open the first time, so...
Yeah, you know the candlestick now. So,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And you move across the waiting room into the doctor's office, where you can see that there's a bit of a mess. You can see that the table is half cleared. There's stuff all over on the ground. In one corner, you see a couple of vials and a syringe kind of on a display.
Has the syringe got anything in it?
There seems to be some residue, just minimal. He apparently either must have been used or, you know.
Are there any keys around or anything like that?
No keys. But there's a window in the back.
I feel, no, I can't. This is too bad. Is there anything that I can pick up that is like cutty or clubby or something like that?
You will find a little kind of scalpel type of thing, or shears, if you want.
I'll take the shears. And start trying to sneak my way not in the basement, not in the office. So, and they're talking about her in the third person, so she's not to the left. So, up the stairs. And Levi's trying to creep his way back to the stairs.
I think you can do that, and if you want, you can start ascending. Give me a luck roll, though.
Which is just a D100, isn't it? Oh no,
luck.
Yeah, sorry.
Luck.
I'm
wrong
the
system
too. As well. Oh, hard success.
You just go up the stairs. You end up on the landing. When you see downstairs another one of these heavy-duty guys coming from the outside inside, he kind of just walks on the bottom of the landing, doesn't seem to notice you at all, and he kind of just walks over into the parlor. You can hear his deep voice. Sir, I couldn't find him. I've looked everywhere in the stables and outside in the garden. I don't know where he is. I didn't ask where he's not. I asked you to find him and make sure that you bring him here. Is that understood? Yes, give me a listen roll. Or an intelligence roll, actually. Intelligence.
Nope, just a bit.
No? That's a success. So there's something odd about his response at that moment. But he's like, yes, sir. And you hear this bum, 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 as this muscle Arnold Schwarzenegger type of thing moves back outside. And you are standing now on the landing. You see a door in front of you, 3 doors to your right, and 1 door on the back behind you. In the meantime, Rose, you're in your room. You are on your bed. and you hear footsteps coming up. Oh, you maybe hear footsteps.
Yeah,
give me a listen roll. That was it.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't really hear the footsteps, but what do you do in the meantime? As you're on the bed. And...
Well,
yeah.
I've taken everything in. And I'm still gonna go do what I was planning to do because I can't really do anything else in here. And I'm going to kind of curl myself in a little bit and pretend that I'm fast asleep.
Okay, so you're not making any sound then. Good. That means Levi, you're standing in this hallway, landing, and everything is absolutely quiet.
Right. I'm looking around. Any signs of a struggle?
No signs of a struggle. It does look more like it's a clean environment, like a medical, surgical, sanitarium type of style, you would guess. Or that's at least what it reminds you of. You know, like a sanitarium, like a psych ward, Arkham Asylum, maybe.
Oh. Okay. I'll just go to maybe unconscious. So I'll just go to the first door and try and open it.
It's a door in front of you, and at that point, Rose, you suddenly hear a rattling at the door.
Yeah, I still pretend to be asleep.
And Levi, you realize it's locked.
Bugger. Try another door. I'm not going to be loud about it or anything like that.
You go to the next door, you open it up, and it's another patient room, similar to what I described earlier, but same interior, no changes. A single metallic bed, a chair, a table.
There's no keys around or anything like that.
No.
You know, on a handy little hook or anything like that.
That would be a thing, huh? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to ask. I agree. You could ask. Oh, nobody ever asks if there's a key on the keychain. No.
Yeah. Well, this is open. That one's locked. So I go back to the locked door and tap on it.
Tap, tap, tap. You hear that, Rose?
I open my eyes in I open my eyes in confusion for a bit.
Miss Rose.
I will get up and try to. I assume I hear that then.
You can hear it muffled.
And I would.
You hear definitely something. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and I conclude I don't think this is something like this knocking and this whispering, something the doctor or anyone would do. So I get up and I kind of tiptoe over to the door. O'Nolan, is that you? You need to get out of here.
Can you
Run
open
to the
door?
forest. No, I can't. This is like you just need to go. Go and get help. I'm gonna be fine till just you need to get out of here, okay?
We've got no car. I've got half of New England forest between me and nearest civilization. It'll take me days. Just help me out here. Is there anything that can open the door? A piece of metal, something like that, or it's worth at least one try.
The only movable thing in that room again is a bedpan, but there's no physical, mechanical way that a bedpan could be used to open a door, at least in my engineering mind.
Please,
not without tools, to be fair.
Or just.
Can I do anything with the
scissors?
I think you can attempt a lockpick with disadvantage if you want to try to do that. That sounds about fair.
I've got one. I've got one in locksmith.
I'm just going to say that you have the probability that you can roll 2 times a 1 and you could make it.
No.
but it is more like, Rose, you can see occasionally kind of the tip of the tweezer poking out, and you were almost kind of leaning down to see what the heck is happening, or leaning to hear what is going on. You see the sharp implement kind of poking out, but nothing happens.
It was worth
it. No, please just leave. Please.
Right, I'm going to get... I'll get the others and we'll try and break you out or something.
No, don't break me out. Just get out and come back with the police or something. But just leave, please. Don't try to get me out.
Right. Okay.
It's me.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out how I get out. Oh, this is not going to go well. Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can do this. This isn't really working out very well. Stay where you are, I suppose.
I just roll my eyes.
And Levi's going to try and find a window to maybe with a drain pipe to shimmy down or something like that.
Well, the next room, that the patient room that is open, you can go inside. You find that the window is barred. That's closed. You go to the next room, same patient room, or similar patient room, but same interior. Nothing changes. The last door on that front opens up into what you would guess a master bedroom.
Right.
Yeah. You step inside, and there's kind of this immediate heaviness in the air, you feel like. The furniture here seems to have not been changed for centuries. A mahogany double bed sits in the center of the room, flanked by matching side tables. And it just catches the afternoon sun now a bit better. This dark and polished wood is clean to a shine. And the intricate carving in the headboard illustrate kind of exquisite and century-old craftsmanship. You see 2 wardrobes that stand tall and imposing against the wall. They have mirrored doors reflecting kind of a bit of the room back to you. But the glass itself seems cloudy and very old. There's a small dressing cabinet in one corner that is kind of with plush velvet and little accoutrement. There is... Yeah, that's pretty much it. As you look in this room, it seems dark and kind of old, but yet also cozy and well worn. And yeah, 2 windows accessible on the side.
Okay. Go over to the windows and see if I can get out of them, and if there's a way that I can get out of them safely.
Give me a spot hidden check. Oh, right. Wanted to. It's a failure. So, yeah, nothing to worry about outside. Yeah, that looks like there seems to be at the edge of a small kind of ledge. There seems to be a drain pipe, so there must be some sort of drain going down. Give me also a power roll.
Oh. There we go.
But it doesn't fret you. So yeah, you it's just a strange sensation that quickly rushes over you that you cannot place, but maybe it's just the weirdness about the whole house itself, the location and everything else within it. Yeah.
Right. Is there something that I can tie to the bedstand or something like that and help me?
You can use some of the sheets, indeed.
Yep. Okay. I'll tie that off and get out of the window and start lowering myself down to the best spot.
Okay. You can give me a climb roll, because that is a skill, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
It's just not often used. And maybe it's not used because nobody does a lot of climbing, and neither do you. Especially not
No.
at the Census Bureau. When you realize that about like just stepping over the edge, that you've never done this before. Do you grab this tightly? Do you let it loose? Do you let it loose with both hands or with one hand only? And maybe you're starting to overthink this. In that moment, you start to realize that you're losing the grip. Suddenly the rope burn sets in, and it gets hot. You involuntarily let loose of the linen, and you start to fall. You can give me a dex roll to see if you can manage to avoid most of the fall from the roof here.
Ooh, I'm going to spend some luck on that.
Okay. That is a good spend of luck. So you can only roll me a d2 from that height instead.
Okay, so half that. Oh,
Yeah, it's a 1.
So 1.
You just maybe sprain your ankle a bit as you land in the soft soil of a couple of the rose bushes around the house. And yeah, you just thud down. What you then realize, though, is that you thud down, and about 50 yards or so to your left, you see one of these guys, kind of just these thick guys, turning to you, and it's like looking at you and trying to process what just happened. Doctor, I think I found him.
Levi. Voice. Levi starts walking away as inconspicuously as he can do. Just, straightening his tie, listening out, and as soon as they start going quickly, he's going to break into a run.
Give me an appearance roll.
Ooh.
You made your appearance roll. Wonderful. describe again your masking of the walk as you leave the soil-covered remnants of your trousers that still kind of produce soil. Your slight limp, maybe.
I think that what Levi will just do is that he'll just look at the guy, wink, straighten his tie, and just carry on walking. And just try and confidence it out.
Okay. You hear the guy just like, Doctor, I think well, is that like, and he gives a rough description of you. And you hear behind you footsteps coming up. The doctor comes to the railing and it's like, Mr. O'Nolan, are you okay? Are you all right?
I start, just jauntily whistling.
And I think the doctor will look at you for a moment. Are you looking back?
No.
Okay. Then you continue on walking. At the same time, just on the east of Little Creek, a couple of yards away at the kind of edge of a couple of underbrushes and hedges, we have Jordan and Aiden. You can see like there's a bit of foresty patch, like not too many trees, but like clearly some trees, some like path leading up further north. There's underbrush going around you. And Jordan, how do you feel at that moment as you kind of pace away and you see shortly after you can hear some conversation, and then Aiden, are you going to say something as you kind of try to catch up?
When I catch up, I would start with, Mr. Baker, you really have to cool your temper.
So yeah,
to play along, as Mr. Hank just pointed out to me as well.
And so, Mr. Baker, how do you feel first?
Yeah, just when he hears Aiden approaching, at least Jordan stops and then turns around and just grumbles back, I don't have to hit here. These people are basically lying to our faces and apparently attempting to, I don't know, holding us hostage or something. This is... Why on earth would we play along with this?
Because, Mr. Baker, if we stop playing along, they will also stop with their play. And then we have this whole obscure town just in an open chase for us. With, I assume, more than we can handle.
Well, whatever they're doing, maybe it would be good if they stopped it. Or someone would stop them.
For sure. If we get out of here, we can achieve that and come back. But for now, it seems our priority should be to get out of here safely. And most probably secretly.
Jordan kind of like scans the tree line. Can you remind me from which direction we came originally when we arrived? By car?
By car originally came from just a bit to the right of you now. It's actually on the street that the Haggerty house is on, and it was maybe one of the first houses that you've seen of Little Creek. But as you scan around, give me both a spot hidden check.
Was it? Oh, there you go.
So you do see the street, Jordan, that leads to the direction where you came from initially, to the dark forest in the back. But looking to the left, your eyes are trained, and your background, your training gives you clearly some alertness. and you can see just maybe 100 yards or so north, at the edge of the underbrush of the forest there, something rattling. And it's not a badger or a fox or something. It's clearly something larger that seems to kind of move and shake, and it stops the moment you start to look into that direction.
Like larger as in some sort of like woodland animal?
Woodland animal
like,
or a
prowling about, like-
person hiding in
Or person,
in a-
okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he like stops a moment in his angry ranting and kind of squints and tries to get a look at this. And when it's gone, he kind of like rubs his face and goes,
It's not
It's
gone,
good to
it
see
just
things here.
stops. It just stops. It doesn't...
"Oh, okay,
It's not gone.
yeah, all right." But can I still see it, like an outline or a shadow of it, where it is, or has it just
You know the bush.
hidden?
You know the bush that it rattled.
Hmm. And like without making any further movement and just staring at this point, John would like grumble in Aiden's direction. There's something prowling around back there. I'm not sure it's a. I don't think it's safe to just wander off.
Then maybe we should. If I remember correctly, there were other cards here. Maybe we should just get whatever we can and make a quick exit to. Quick question. How long is it ago that we saw the agents Rose and O'Nolan?
Give or take. I mean, what is time? But certainly a couple of drinks in, you would say, if you count in drinks. At least 4 dry martinis.
Good way to measure time. I'm not sure if it's the wisest idea to try to get out all of us right now, or if it would be safer to come back here and as quickly as we can with help.
John, you
Can't just leave your colleagues in the hands of these mad people.
John, as you continue to
True,
stare
but
to...
what? Okay. Sorry.
In that conversation, Jordan, if you stare to that bush, you suddenly see it shaking again, and what you would make out is maybe the top of a head that is quickly poking out and then disappearing again, and then it's completely silent again.
How far away is that?
About 100 yards, so 100 meters.
Okay.
Well, if you're a sprinter, you could do it in 10 seconds.
I'm not. Funny you should say that. I'm very much not. Back to the conversation. Actually, while we're having this conversation, Jordan would very slowly take one step after the other in that direction. Just like shaving off step by step of that distance.
Slowly
Yeah,
can talk.
maybe that is also the reaction then to it as you approach, that it kind of pokes, somebody pokes its head out and then disappears again.
Well,
Right, that we shouldn't leave them here, but where is the point where we are rather endangering ourselves to get caught up have caught up all of us, rather than being able to help them really to get out of here?
yes, I get it. You, Mr. Hamilton, I understand. You feel free to leave your colleagues behind. I'm the one being paid for your safety. I understand when I say we should go back for them. I mean me. You are free to save your own skin.
I very much would like to help with that if I can, but I'm not sure if I can contribute anything helpful to such endeavors. It's not quite my expertise at all.
It's no one's expertise until they give you a gun and point you in a direction.
I also don't have a gun. So
We can change. That actually brings me to an interesting point. We should probably we should try to get some kind of leverage here. Not necessarily firepower, but maybe we can figure out at least something that would give us an advantage over these backwater town folks here.
Speaking of which, do you have like some sort of firepower on you?
I think there was there's definitely a growing regret in Jordan to have left his shotgun in the trunk of the car.
And anything else that you had on you?
I do have a pistol, and I would assume it's in a shoulder holster. So
Are you sure about that?
Like in a...
You check your shoulder holster and
Okay.
you realize it's gone.
I would have a blade on me.
What blade?
If I check for it, it's gone.
Yeah.
Even though it would be in the inner pocket on my...
I mean, there were a lot of people that you bumped in at the town square, and there were maybe a couple of spot hidden checks that you failed, and some interactions with people that came very close, that enthralled you. And yeah, now that you check on your body, you realize you don't have any weapon on you.
I assume the same is true for Jordan's switchblade.
Indeed.
realizing that, and while searching for his own blade, Aiden would look at Baker with a stern look, like, are you still that eager to rescue them before we can get help? Just to clarify that. I had a feeling our odds got even worse.
Well, if the odds get worse, the eagerness only grows. I'm working on a two-step plan here, Mr. Hamilton. Step one would be to find some sort of barn or shed where a person could easily hide. And then step two would be to abduct at least one of the Blessed Ones and hide them.
How would that help our situation?
Leverage. Like, it says it loud enough, as if this explains anything.
I am not sure. In probably a town full of cult fanatics, we're gaining that much leverage in, even if it's a chosen one or blessed one or whatever, if we gain that much leverage out of it.
Well, whatever they're doing, it would interrupt whatever it is that's going on here.
They seem to want to accumulate more people if they are keeping them here and cutting off ways for them to escape. Right? Our best bet would be to not add to that. Maybe.
I'm gonna say that you're about now very close, so like 3 to 5 yards away from that bush. You can start to smell a very strong scent of body odor and other smells.
I whisper to, I point Sorry, start again. I lean into Aiden and point to the spot where he's standing, as in stay, and whisper to him, "Keep talking." And then
Sorry. What?
keep talking.
In the end, whatever we decide, we should be really aware, and I want to point it out again, that we do play along, for as we seem to have the best opportunities in going unhindered in this town if they don't suspect us to be, and I think at some point in this sentence, maybe something happens.
At some point in the sentence, Jordan, roll a dodge with advantage here.
That is not great, but I can spend, with a bit of luck, I can make this a success.
Absolutely.
I'll do. Yep.
And you just step to, closer to the bush. You're about to kind of reach in when you suddenly see something jumping out, and it quickly realize that it's a man, but he's holding this little hatchet. And he starts swinging. He's kind of hanging a bit back, but it's just that moment that you step to the side where the hatchet kind of swings down at you, and this bewildered, long-haired man just looks at you.
Nah, you don't touch it. It's mine. I'm the protector. I would... No. You stay away from it. All of you. You have nothing to do here. Go away. Wait, mine.
And I think that's the point where we do a short little break. and welcome to Little Creek. As Jordan has just tried to attack a bush just east of the town, a very odd-looking gentleman jumps out. He has weathered hair and skin. His top hat just sitting on top of him, a bit torn and broken. His overalls are dirty and flacked, and overall there's this scent of uncleanliness that comes from him. However, he is swinging a little hatchet, and he looks at Jordan.
What? No, get away. These are mine, I protect them. Go, let them be.
Right. Jordan does that sensible thing of going a step back and holding out a defensive hand.
Yes, that's what I thought. Run, you little
for a
fool.
stick or
Run,
branch.
you little fool.
No running is happening here. This is a bar fight-esque situation. That's pretty much Jordan's bread and butter. So, like, he'll look around glance around quickly for something to arm himself with, be it a rock or a stick or whatever it is, a bit of woodland scenery.
Give me a luck roll.
Oh no. Not running out yet.
You do find a little branch, indeed, that you can quickly pick up.
Oh, you want to fight?
Hey, fella.
You want to fight, Willie? Hey, yeah. So did many other, but I made sure that they didn't fight after it. Yes.
Now you put that down. Put it down. We're not here to fight. There's two of us and you're alone. You're clearly biting off more than you can chew, friend. There's no need for this. You want to talk about this?
You can go for intimidation here.
Sure. Hard success. You really should think about whether you want to do this. You can dance, but we can also just kiss.
He smiles, and you can see his rotten teeth kind of just, half fallen out. But he kind of acknowledges this.
Good, yes.
He puts down the hatchet kind of to the side.
You're not from here.
Also,
Why are you here? You should go. You should leave there. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here in the first place. Why are you here?
Are you from around here, friend?
I'm from here.
Immediately begs the question whether he is one of the 321 or whether this town always had like one extra inhabitant that it wasn't aware of.
Were you born here?
Born. Willie don't like that question.
That's alright.
Can you help us out?
There's no.
Do you know much about this town?
There's no out. There's just in. You stay calm, you stay good, and everything is good. They will take care of you. We take care of you. I take care of you. Willie will take care of everyone. Willie is a good one. You should know. Don't get sick, though. Don't get sick. If you get sick, the father is not good. The doctor will treat you. The doctor will. But you're not sick, are you? You don't have the fever. You don't have the fever, don't you?
He kind of comes a bit closer, like not realizing he's holding a hatchet, but not confrontational, but like he's, approaching you like examination style.
Oh, fancy.
Jordan kind of instinctively shifts himself in front of Aiden.
No, we don't have the fever. Thank you for asking. Did you have the fever? Did the doctor treat you?
No, Willie. Willie doesn't like questioner. Oh, Willie doesn't like that question.
Aiden will give Baker an intense look about this reaction.
No worries, friend. We're not with the. We're strangers here. We have nothing to do with your sickness or with your doctor. You take care of all of this amongst yourselves. We have no stakes in any of this. We just want to leave.
There's no leaving. Once you come, they've selected you. You are the new them. You all replace all. It's a cycle. It's a continuous cycle. It never ends. It can't end. It should never end because it will awake. Otherwise, it will destroy us all. You can't leave unless you want to be destroyed or let it destroy us all. Oh, no.
Hey, we're just gonna. I'm pointing down the pathway. We would just walk away, or are you gonna stop us?
Just don't come back. Don't come back. Don't come for anyone. Just leave. You don't want to. No, bad Willie.
And kind of, he's turning around and hitting himself as like,
no. Don't leave. Just stay. Good. Willie is good. Willie's good for town. He doesn't encourage them to leave.
Are you living in the woods or in the town?
Willie has its barn. Willie has its shed. Willie knows where he lives.
We have colleagues down in town. We have to get them. There's no choice about that. So you're saying they will not let us leave if we go back? You're meaning those townsfolk will stop us?
He looks up and he's like, it's too late.
It's
too late. They already have set it up. They're expecting you. They now make sure that you don't leave. They do everything to let you go. They will keep you.
Has that happened before? Has that happened with the census officers?
Give me a psychology roll here.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he just starts spinning and kind of thrashing around, hitting the bushes. I think that's actually a good time to switch to Levi. You start to storm off. You don't hear any noise of somebody following you behind you. Where do you go?
I don't know. He's Did I have any? I want to find Baker and Hamilton. So I'm just going to sort of scurry around outhouses and behind fences, just trying to find where they may be, basically.
So there's a creek that separates the side where you are on and the rest of town. So do you go on the other side where festivities are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be going into the town because they were, well, they didn't say they were leaving and they were looking for the car.
Okay.
So,
would you go towards east or towards west? Or let's make that a luck roll. If you decide to go in the right direction.
Where's it clicking? Oh. By one.
Missed by 1 point. And it's that awful decision where you stand on the bridge, you don't see what is happening just on the right behind a couple of houses. Maybe they went left, and you turn to the left, and you start to kind of go between. But you're at the edge of the festivities. You cross the bridge, and you are directly next to the spit roast that is water powered. You do realize that the people are already in a very cheery mood. There's a lot of drinking going on as well. And give me another appearance roll to see how well you blend in here. That's an extreme success. It doesn't... You don't appear to anyone like a threat or something out of the ordinary. Maybe it is that soil and mud that is now on your trousers, that kind of disheveled slightly look of having fallen down, the slight limp due to the impact. That just lets you go kind of past most of them.
Okay. Are they completely oblivious to me?
Not completely,
just
but they're not engaging like actively with you. They recognize you, they smile, and continue their doings.
I think I'll push my luck because I don't know what else to do. I'll ask the most innocuous one of them whether or not they've seen the big fella and the posh fella.
They
kind
of look at you.
That's it.
They kind of look at you. Oh no. What? Kind of looks around to the other guy. No, I haven't seen one either. No, I don't know where they are. But take a drink. Take some food. We're all in good mood. Celebration will start shortly.
Oh, I've just got to find them. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay.
Wander off whistling. They're not here, so they must be somewhere else. So if they're not here, and here is where the hog roast is, I'll head towards the town hall or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And you make your way through the town square. In the meantime, we go back to Rose. You've been now in your room for a while, and you heard some commotion, some screaming, muffled, echoing through the house. And then you hear footsteps approaching. This time you clearly hear them because it sounds like it's one of those massive fellows that comes up, followed by several other footsteps behind them. Somebody comes through the door. You can hear the key inserted.
Yeah, I will pretend to be fast asleep.
Okay. Hear the lock opening. You can hear one of the heavy guys come inside, and then you hear also others coming in the room. If you just squint a bit, you can maybe make out it's Dr. Wentworth that comes inside. And he kind of approaches you, takes a good look. You can even smell his, body odor as he kind of leans down, checks on you. Miss Rose. Miss Rose.
I turn to the other side.
You can feel him sit down on the bed. Miss Rose, why did you come here, truly? Miss Rose, is there another agenda that you follow up on? Steve, I think you could wake her. I think she needs a bit of stimulation. All right, sir. Can I take out the tools or just like that? I don't think tools will be necessary. And Rose, you can feel these heavy hands kind of grabbing your hands and holding them up, kind of on the side of the bed.
What is happening? I must have been falling asleep. What are you doing? Why are you holding me like this?
Miss Rose, I think you heard me clear, loud and clear. Let's not play pretend here. I asked you a question.
Fine. I think you can assume why we're here. Probably for the same reason all the agents came before.
Well, I had a feeling, and I think we need to deal with this once and for all then. All right. He kind of positions himself a bit clearer, and you can feel his hands kind of... Well, he reaches out his hands towards you. Doesn't touch you, just holds his hands out. And you can see his face expression change a bit, like his usually smile disappears, and it gets more nefarious, sinister. You can see his eyes almost changing colors, or is it just the fading light? Doesn't make any sense. A roll for power, please. Okay.
A failure.
Miss Rose, I think you came here with your colleagues to start a new life because you realized what a beautiful town this is, and unfortunately you didn't really have time to prepare things, but you will remedy the fact. You will hire someone to deal with all the minute details somewhere else. But for now, the more important thing is that you will make sure that you convince your friends that you want to stay here. You want to stay for tonight, and you want to go and enjoy the festivities. You will not leave this town before that. Is that understood? And something inside of you just kind of burns into your head, and you completely understand the reasoning as the absolute and utmost truth. That is just the only objective that you have right now. Convince your friends to stay and join the festivities. And
I think it makes sense.
And you wouldn't betray that for whatever reason. This is now your new ideology, your new motivation. This is the new you. And you understand why. Everything is beautiful, everything is nice, everything makes sense. There's structure, there's clarity, there's love, there's relationship, there's everything you need that you want here. Everybody's open, everybody's nice.
Yeah, I mean, That makes sense. I don't know where they are though. I heard I heard my other agent just a bit ago, but I told him to leave. I don't know why, but I told him to leave. I hope.
I understand. You might have done something wrong here then. And you will remedy the fact. You will make clear that this is not gonna happen. That you need and you want to join tonight. And you understand that. You want that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, it would be rude if you would just leave. So, yeah.
That's what I thought. Good. Yes. And the guy lets go of you, and that is now your new you. That is your motivation now. And Dr. Wentworth gets up and steps aside. Well then, you should better get your friends. Shouldn't you? And we'll see you in the town hall in about, well, shortly.
Yes, I will try to find them. Yeah, I will do my best. I hope they haven't gone off too far. But it's in the middle of nowhere, so where should I go?
You will not disappoint me. I know that. And you can step outside.
Oh, I never disappoint, man.
And
They disappoint me.
And yeah, you're not hindered. You're not stopped if you want to leave. And you can step outside. You realize it's getting quite late, but yeah.
Yeah, I will check my appearance in my little hand mirror. Like a mess. But yeah, I'll leave and make my. I'm starting to be heading into the town and looking for a car. They were looking for a car. Or, yeah, them.
Okay. Give me also a luck roll to see in which direction you might want to head once you cross the bridge.
I mean, the good thing is I'm lucky in both directions now.
That is. I just made up which direction will be either or. And lucky means for me that you will find the other two that aren't already going into the direction that I want to go, that I want you all to go. And so you will go right. And I think, would that sync up in time? I think it would. We'll switch to, you go right crossing the bridge, you pass the pork, you maybe even grab something to eat and some beverages that the people pass you. I mean, now it makes sense to you even more because all of a sudden this is so nice. And why would you want to leave, right? That's ridiculous. That's preposterous. In the city, nobody gives you food for free. And
very true.
You turn to the right, and we go to Aiden and Jordan.
Hey, friend, we're just gonna go grab our colleagues, and then we're out of here, right? Yeah. You're not gonna stop us, right? And I see the townsfolk here seem to have an opinion about this, but well, I guess it's about time to be a bit rude.
Oh, rude. Be careful with rudeness. Rudeness doesn't end well. It doesn't bode well at all. No. Be kind. Be nice. Be adaptable. Adapt and survive. Yes, adapt and survive. That's what you want to do. You want to adapt and survive, like the others. You want to do like the others. Yes. Who's that? There. No. No. She. I don't know. I don't know her. There. Who? She. That.
And he kind of points.
Hello.
Oh.
Miss
Well.
Rose.
What?
It's a
O'Nolan
surprise to
does
see
look
you
quite
here.
different. Yeah. Where's O'Nolan? Didn't he find you?
We
Sorry,
last
it was with you.
saw him with you. Have you
Yeah,
lost him?
Well, we got separated. I got myself treated for the heat stroke. And he just, I mean, he was supposed to wait outside, and when I came out again, he
She understands
was
now.
gone.
She understands. She knows. She knows. Yes. No. Willie needs to go. Willie has things to do. Willie has things to protect.
Ron
Who's
does the kind of
that?
gesturing, collecting his colleague to step aside, step away from the feral man.
Yeah, he
would
just
like-
disappears into the bush behind you.
I would like to closely look at the reactions of Miss Rose as well as Willie. If she is hiding or, I don't know, suppressing something. It's not quite the right word for what I'm searching for. And if Willie is fearful, kind of, or in the direction of it.
Okay, yeah, you can roll for psychology, please. Ooh.
Success.
You look on either side as the introduction and the confrontation verbally happens, and both seem sincere in their reaction. However, Willie seems frightened. His attitude, his demeanor changes to, being frightened, terrified, and he just steps back. And maybe you understand more that there are other reasons why he wants to go now. And on the other hand, Miss Rose seems very confident in her assessment, and she seems calm, she seems logical, but something about the whole process seems a bit too flat-lined. Like there's not the sassiness, maybe, I would say, that comes through maybe sometimes.
If Baker would try to get me away from Willie when he reacts, I would use that opportunity to, unseen from Miss Rose, get his attention so he knows I want both of us backing away from her without her really getting that.
Let's see if he does an intelligence check, if that's something that he can comprehend by just verbal language. But with an extremely well, he understands your ideology and gestures.
Ah, conspiracy. I'm up for it. Right. Actually, he did this like gesture to get you both kind of like a vaguely protective gesture to get you away from Willie, and then he would kind of follow that motion through, kind of putting a hand on Aiden's shoulder just for a moment, just to give him a signal as in gotcha. And then very loudly, actually almost kind of raising his voice as if to ensure that the distance to to Charlotte is kept, and to make clear that this is the distance we are talking at right now. You don't need to come closer. Kind of saying to, it's all right. You just wait here, and the two of us will go get Nolan, and then we can get out of here, right? Don't worry. The
Seriously
homeless man seems
suggesting
harmless.
leaving me alone again? No.
Well,
I'm not. I
we were-
feel.
Did you really have this fever everyone was talking about? And did the doctor
Wentworth?
Wentworth but Aiden wanted to not remember the name by choice. So but did he treat you in any way? Are you feeling better
I
now?
didn't have a fever. I had a. We discussed that, right? I had a heat stroke.
well, you didn't though.
They said you have a
Yeah,
fever,
I know.
and it was unclear
No, they
until you
didn't.
went to the doctor. So I'm asking for how well you are now feeling.
I'm great.
Thank you.
I don't have a fever.
Good.
We're just
Can we go
a bit
look for
baffled
O'Nolan
by
then?
the situation because of this strange man, and suddenly you appear. So excuse our surprise for the moment.
We were
Right.
warned not to go back into the town. We're basically just leaving. That's why I'm suggesting, sirs, for your own safety, to just wait for us here for a moment.
Don't worry about your own safety. I can handle myself. Thank you very much. And I would prefer not to leave anywhere without O'Nolan, so
Fortunately,
Where have
your
you last
You.
seen him?
employer insists I do worry about your safety, but right, you're clearly capable.
I am. Thank you. I last saw him, well, in the foyer of the doctor's house.
And did he say where he wanted to go? Did he want to go? Or did you have any
He said he was
indication?
gonna look for you.
Alright, so we must have missed each other.
Hmm.
We were looking for the car with the father and
Any luck?
yeah.
Nope.
No.
I assume not.
It seems to be, I don't know, not quite fruitful.
Well, there are a
Nobody
bunch of
seems to
two-place
remember
women
we
here.
had a car in the morning.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
We stick together then, but we make this quick, right? We go, we find an Nolan, and then we leave. And if it has to be on foot, then it has to be on foot. We were now. It becomes increasingly clear that something's up here, and apparently these people would like us to or would like to hinder us from just walking off. So
So we maybe should also approach this as unseen as possible.
The night. Why would you just wander off? You have a death wish.
why? It's clear that these people are up to no good, right? They're lying to our faces. They're doing some kind of book manipulation and child kidnapping thing. Their police seems in on it. I'm not sure. You've talked to the doctor. I'm not sure how he's standing to all of this. Clearly, there's something
That's
structurally
great.
wrong in this community.
I mean, I'm just gonna point at. I was probably very irritated last time we saw each other. I had a little bit of a moment, but I'm just gonna point it back at you. Everything you're saying, we don't even have any proof of that, and I don't know. I just
They
find
stole
it.
our car. How is that not proof enough that something's going on here?
I mean, there's a weird man in the woods. I wouldn't put it past him. But I mean, these people have been nothing but friendly, so I don't think they would just steal something from us.
But they also didn't misplace it. They don't even remember we had it, which is not quite the usual situation, if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe you just talked to the wrong people then.
Like everyone.
Yeah, I don't think you ask everyone. There are 321 people, to be exact, in the
We
slippage.
asked Mr. Dunbar and the father, and a handful of people they pointed us out to, so nobody of them had a clue we came with a car. Even those who saw us this morning, like the kids gesturing to Baker.
You remember the kids.
He did.
Yeah.
But they didn't remember the car. You tell me, is that normal?
I mean, children are stupid. Like, literally. They're useless.
It's not about the car. It's not about the children. It's not about any of this. It is about that there's a structural rot in this community.
I don't get what the problem is.
Completely apart from their
apparent
apparent
go on about that they
tendencies,
stole our car?
You came up with the theory that they're abducting children from the area.
That they drugged you and our cult.
I don't think so. What did you... Sorry, Hamilton?
You said before we parted that someone here drugged you, that they are abducting children, and that this is a cult here. And
like
now there's only friendly people.
I had probably
a change of mind.
I don't know. Like there was. If you didn't notice, the weather is quite extreme. So, yeah, maybe I did have a little bit of a heat stroke, and I got some water, I got some rest, and I do feel much clearer now again. So,
fine.
I might have overreacted.
And I think
we're all very stressed. You all seem to have the one or other issue here. It might be the weather or the climate or the magnetic field or whatever it is that affects everyone. It is clear that we should get out of here for you to get a rest. If nothing else, then can we at least agree on that?
I mean, technically, but having a rest, if I need a rest, I don't think it would be very smart to walk through a forest that is God knows how big in the middle of the night. It is getting pretty late. Just pointing that out.
Yes, that's why standing around and arguing about this doesn't get us anywhere.
And I think that's a good transition as you're trying to argue about a clear fact when we follow up how Levi is making his way through the crowd. And yes, you're aiming to the town hall that you've seen maybe before. As you remember, they told you maybe occasionally, like, oh yeah, they're preparing things. You shouldn't go in, as they dragged you towards the school instead next door. As you approach it, you can see now in the afternoon's sun, or in the late evening or late afternoon sun, the one thing that kind of sticks out of this massive building is this dome above it, like a, almost like a mosque, but like dome-shaped glass construction, very much in the center of the roof. It looks pristine, well built, and like a lot of engineering went into this. It's impressive compared to the town, and even though you've passed by, maybe your attention was always drawn somewhere else, but now seeing this, it is like a city hall. It is magnificent. And you see people starting to pile in. They're starting to go inside. And there's a general kind of mood swing as more and more of the people turn around. Oh, yes, right. We should get a good seat. And start to turn towards the town hall as well.
I'll try and blase out again. I'll ask somebody whether they've seen a big rough fella and a slightly smaller, posher fella.
Yeah, sure. They must be inside already. I mean, it's getting about time now. Should probably they just went already inside.
Well, is everyone going inside at the moment?
More and more people start to turn around and go inside. Yes, indeed. Starting to abandon their food, and it starts to like a communal spread. Like everybody's starting to move inside.
I'll go inside.
Okay.
I've got no reason not to.
Yeah, you
have a look around at least.
Yeah, you start to pile up in with the people. You line up. You come closer to the large entrance, double doors. You can see there's a front area with coat hooks and stuff to the side, but nobody really has any coats to hang now. And you come in this little entrance room or coat room. And you see that there's a center column kind of separating two double doors leading to the back of the main hall. And in the center of it, there is a column. And as you kind of follow along with the people, you see them all kind of reaching forward like the Holy Mother Mary, or in church when, you go to the water basin to get I don't know what it's called exactly in English, but the holy water to give the sign of the cross. And
I forgot what it's called as well.
And so they all kind of just touch the statue and just gently kind of caress it, stroke the head. And as you come closer, you realize it's a completely black statue of maybe a figure in robes, and it looks kind of like a saint or something, but just completely black robes, worn, and you can see it's almost shining now, that the amount of people that kind of over years probably have kind of caressed and kind of gently touched it as they moved inside.
Has it got the goatee of Curtis Merriweather or anything like that?
No, it does not. The head is kind of covered in the robe or something that it's wearing, and you don't really have a face to it. It's just black. I mean, you can spend some time studying, but it's pretty hard to get a good look because people are shoving behind you, pushing you forward.
Go through and try and sidestep the crowd as soon as I can.
Okay. And you continue to step forward. You almost get a bit caught on this large carpet in the center, intricately carved, beautiful ornaments, or maybe oriental or some sort. Interesting pattern and design that's on the floor. But there's just people pouring in. And so you start to step inside the main hall. And I think that's just, even though you want to focus on that statue, you have to turn and see the main hall, because what you see is just amazing. It is almost putting you at awe. What you see in front of you will now be available for you. It's a massive interior design. You see there are multiple rows and pews leading up to the front of it. The glass kind of construction on top, the dome, is illuminating the center stage, a podium-like structure. And behind it, kind of on the wall from the ceiling, you can see almost like this disco light reflection. Hundreds and thousands of little kind of brass plaques that are kind of covering the wall piece up there, giving a nice reflection, disco reflection, like into this room almost. On the side of the building, you can see that the windows itself that are open are at least 7 foot high. They're not starting on the ground floor, they're starting way higher. At the end as well, there's a couple of bookshelves and nice ornaments, as well as a couple of figurines, you would guess some sort of Roman Egyptian statue or something. It just fits in the ambience. The wooden floor is pristine, cleaned, waxed, and neatly polished. And you see that people kind of start to pile up and spread themselves here. In the very back, underneath this massive plaque of disco lights, you would say, are the Blessed, as well as Mayor Dunbar, and as well as Father Duncan McBride. And they seem to talk nicely to each other and have a laugh, and occasionally here and there a member of the audience walks up to them, to one of the Blessed, and they have a joyful discussion. They hug each other. More friends come over. And you also realize the difference. All the Blessed now wear white cassocks, robes. They're wearing like an ornate floral and ivy crown. They have intricate kind of floral arrangements kind of covering their waist, their chest, everything. And yeah, there's just a good mood as everybody's kind of trying to get a seat and getting himself together. What do you do?
I'm gonna try and stay on mission, I suppose, and I'm looking around for Hamilton and Baker, just trying to pick them out from the crowd.
Okay. More and more people start to pour in. Children, up to the age of, from the age of like 10 to 16 or something, with their families, their friends. They all kind of come in one by one, and it's starting to get crowded. More and more people started to stand and kind of align themselves in the pews on the side of the rooms. And let's go to the others then, as you are arguing, and I'm just gonna push you a bit as you argue and walk a bit, at least to maybe pace down Jordan's high blood pressure at that moment, probably. And when you come to the main streets, sorry.
I was just going to ask, how dark is it? Is it getting to evening?
I should turn on the microphone. It is getting to evening, but it's you would say it's half an hour to an hour before. No, half an hour to sundown, to dusk.
I will try to stall. So I try to not walk as fast as we go in, I think.
interesting conflict of interest because Jordan wants to get this done with. So at the moment, he's the one actually pushing forward here.
And yeah, you would start to
Probably
see.
not the fastest.
Yeah,
Well,
Rose,
that's true.
Rose is a bit behind, and you will realize that from the town square, the noise has kind of quieted down, and it's getting less noisy there, and a lot of people have started to disappear.
Oh, where is everyone?
And would there be a lot of people on the town square now swarming to the town hall, or is it rather empty already?
It is getting emptier. You would start to see that only a few people are hanging back, maybe stuffing their faces with the extra crispy bits of pork or roasted meats, emptying a couple of glasses and their like. And most of them start to pour to the north. So yeah, a lot of the people have disappeared.
If Miss Rose is hanging back a bit, I would try to whisper to Mr. Baker in an moment where she couldn't see us clearly. You are still determined to leave with all of us here? Because
Just as a note, I'm not tagging behind. I was trying to stall in the conversation, basically.
oh, sorry, I thought you're stalling how fast we can go.
Thought we were. Yeah, never mind.
Would there be a way to approach Mr. Baker without Miss Rose noticing?
I think that's up to you. If Rose, you are with them. It seems Jordan is the one who's giving the pace, so he would be up front. You can consider if you walk up front, Rose will see it, so you need to kind of maybe accelerate Rose's step to go beyond Jordan to have a time to talk with him.
All right.
Unnoticed. Or you catch up all to the same level, and then you maybe can kind of side talk to him a bit with the shoulder.
I think Aiden would try that part and step up to him, walking next to him, and trying to have a low voice conversation without really leaning into it.
Okay. As you do that, just a quick switch over to Levi. The more people come in, at some point you realize they're just kind of looking at you, nodding at you, and some of them start to shake their hands, shake your hand, and that kind of just continues. And more and more people start to do that because maybe they saw one or two doing it, and now more and more people do that, and you feel people starting to like hang around you, and they're like, "Oh, you must be Mr. One of the new people here. Oh, such nice. So nice that you're with us tonight. Marvelous. And so, leaving you in this uncomfortable conversation, I'm going to go back to the others as that happens at the same time.
So, Aiden would ask Mr. Baker, are you determined to leave with all four of us? Because I think the point where it's not up to our decision if we can leave is fast approaching. Is this really also implied?
Actually, Jordan. I think Jordan actually answers at a normal, loud conversation tone, absolutely fine with Charlotte hearing his reply. He goes, "Once again, Mr. Hamilton, you are perfectly free to walk away on your own. I will see to get Mr. O'Nolan. That is why I'm here."
All right. And
if you do not feel safe, you and Miss Rose are free to wait here for me.
I think I might actually do that. And yeah, Aiden would loosen up the configuration, so, and yeah, would loosely mingle or dissipate more into the rest of the crowd, I would say. Still with the group loosely, but not that tight-knit.
Okay.
Crowd?
Say again?
Are we in a crowd?
Well, by now you
They're like-
probably have approached the edge of the town square, so if you continue
Okay.
to walk, then you would end up in the tail end of the people starting to move into the town hall.
I think if Levi is nowhere to be seen, I think Jordan's step was very natural, kind of like fun in the same direction as everyone else. Seems to be the general stream of bodies here. So it's just natural to follow in that direction, basically looking around whether he sees him anywhere.
Okay.
Doesn't expect him to hide in a corner somewhere. So
I think I need a spot hidden from Rose and a stealth stealth. Is it stealth? Yeah, I think stealth, sneak, something in that sort, from Aiden. So you're trying to get yourself separated, but occasionally you can hear a couple of the townsfolk like, "Oh, aren't you one of those nice chaps?" And Rose, you suddenly realize that Aiden has moved 5-10 people away from you.
Elton, really? Are you just gonna leave without us? I don't think that's a very wise decision.
Oh no, you
I
don't,
can
you,
still wait in.
you don't want to leave now. You haven't seen even the highlight. The festival is about to conclude. You should come with us, sir. It will be marvelous. Come. And you feel a couple of people that kind of passively, actively trying to guide you towards the town hall as well.
Actually, so if they start like actively like pushing or if it gets physical in any way, even non-violent, then Jordan would actually interfere and kind of ensure that Aiden can do as he pleases.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you approach, they kind of just let go, and Aiden, if you wanna
kind of wedge myself in between
I
there,
would-
giving Aiden a nod to whatever he wants.
Yeah, Aiden would visibly appreciate your help and would, I would say, light a cigarette and linger near the entrance to the town hall, but definitely do not want to get in. Does not want to get in.
Okay. You can do that. And as the other two are starting to approach the entrance hall, in the cacophony of things, you might even overhear somewhere from inside, "Oh, marvelous! I didn't even know. Tell me more." And that's when we switched back to Levi, who's now a bit overrun by a couple of the locals who are shaking his hand and inquire like, "So how is this city life? Does it do you any good? I mean, you look pale as a night owl. Oh my dear."
Levi is going to try and sort of... He's quite dexterous. So what he's going to do is that he's going to try and shake hands faster than they can and move himself back towards the doors. And if that doesn't work, he's just going to go, "Oh, old chap," and try and sort of Just
Mr.
leapfrog his way.
Leapfrog where to? Forward or backwards?
To the door. Yeah, back towards the doors to get out. They're not here. This is getting very, very touchy-feely, which isn't really his vibe.
Okay.
And
I think it's about that time that you look to the door to maybe also gauge how far away you need to go when you see Jordan Baker and Miss Rose kind of starting to enter into the entrance hall. And
don't say anything.
Vice versa.
Yeah. I'm moving straight towards them. Not much decorum. Starting to push people out of the way.
Okay.
Almost.
Let's say you just catch up at kind of the doorway intersection with that little statue kind of in between you almost, where people are still kind of coming into the room or into the hall.
Nolan, what's going on here?
What we need to go now.
That's what I
Now.
said.
No,
Going,
we should.
no, we are. How the hell did you get out?
Out.
They let me leave. They refreshed
locked
me
you in
and
a-
then they let me leave.
They locked you in a room. They kidnapped you.
For my own safety.
They did
No,
what?
they didn't kidnap me. No, what are you
That's
talking
not-
about? They did not kidnap me.
This is not good.
Can all of you roll
They've
spot
based-
hidden with disadvantage while that is happening?
Me too?
Well,
I hear that from outside.
you hear some of it, yeah, if you
I
want.
don't need
Give me a listen roll.
disadvantage.
Yeah, you do hear this shouting between the lot of them.
I will wait and therefore how it evolves.
Okay. Wait, sorry. Say that again. Do you hear the conversation of them yelling at each other in that moment?
Yeah, I hear it and I will wait outside, listening in and wait how the situation, how it's going on,
Okay.
what is going on, and how if they get in trouble or not, basically.
At that time, Jordan, as you know, as Levi and Rose are accusing and yelling at each other, you realize that one of the doors behind you is being closed at the entrance hall, and coming to its position next to it, you can see this rather burly, strong, stout fella, not stout, but like muscular farm boy.
Good. Actually, I've had enough of this. I'm grabbing both of you by your shoulders and push you into the direction of the leftover
Don't
open
touch
door.
me.
We're going.
No.
Levi is going. Levi's taking Rose's other shoulder and going towards the door.
Get your hands off of me. What in God names are you? Are you insane?
I have had
Help!
quite enough of this.
We discussed this outside.
And she screams
All
for help,
right.
and soon after, you have a couple of people turning their heads, not only from the interior, but also the guy at the entrance kind of turns his face around and is like, "Is everything all right here? Steve, come on. There seems to
No,
be some
that-
issue."
Everything's fine.
It's Rose. We're getting some fresh
No.
air now.
I need to have
Get your
private
hands off of me.
conversation.
You're
He
not
takes
telling
his
me
hands
what
off.
to do.
We need at least a private
Please,
conversation outside. I'm trying to. I don't know.
let's just wait. I'm sure this is gonna be fine. We're just gonna wait what they're doing. I'm certain it's gonna give us more intel. It is gonna be very interesting. Just wait a few more minutes, okay? And then we can talk.
We're going.
No.
Whether you come or not.
Just
Actually,
If you wanna-
stay, okay?
If you want to try and convince us to stay, you're going to have to go outside with us. State your case then.
Can we
And
just talk?
I'm
I
storming
don't
off.
understand.
Actually, Jordan
Yeah.
will give Levi a short signal as in like, go ahead. I'll
Outside
take
Aiden,
care of this
Aiden-
situation here.
yeah, outside Aiden, you see that these two ruffians are now like in the entrance of the open door to the town hall. And
When I heard,
yeah, you hear the conversation from inside as well.
when I heard Miss Rose shouting for help, I would have used the commotion elsewhere to slide off into the next alleyway or something
Okay,
to not be seen anymore.
sounds good. You can do that.
Waiting there if somebody is able to get out at this point. Yep.
I would actually, when O'Nolan is trying to get away, I would just try to grab it. You can't just leave me here, okay? Please just stay for a bit. Please, this is important. Please.
Scram.
Step outside, and I'm just trying. It seems to be working, so I'm using the reverse psychology or something like that.
As you scamming to the exit, you're still facing these two huge dudes. No sign of Aiden anywhere that you can see because you're confronted by these two shelves of men. But can I get a group luck roll here?
Ooh, who's got the lowest luck?
Probably be me. 32.
That's you then.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I think all the arguing, you kind of lost a bit of track of time, lost a bit of track of ideas, how long it took, and you know, it all took quite a while. So by the time even that you are kind of approaching the exit, Levi, you run into those two lads that are standing there. They're at least 2 heads taller than you, and they're just looking down upon you. Where do you think you're going?
Out of the way. Doctor's orders.
I don't think so.
I was hoping that was going to work. Exactly how big are they?
Quite impressive, tall. Imagine like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger in their good days.
Right. Okay. I'm going to do a trick.
Sure. What is your trick?
I'm going to get close to them, and then I'm going to crush my abacus. And
You are gonna
without
pull
them-
the P situation. Are you kidding me? Okay.
it's the only thing I've got.
So
It's
you're a
the-
threatening demonstration of strength.
No, so the idea is that
You-
an abacus, it's beads.
No.
So I'm going to scatter it at the floor without them noticing, step back, and then they're going to fall over, hopefully. Or something like that.
Okay, give me give me a sleight of hand. There is a stat for that, because that is a sleight of hand. You want to do it covertly? Covertly. That's the word for it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Oh. And I'm going to spend 8 luck.
Okay. Now listen here, chap. I think we heard the lady screaming. It's better if we go inside. We talk about this. She seems clearly upset. How about we clear this up? Miss, are you all right?
She's perfectly fine. And start pointing in.
No, I am actually a little bit upset. So please don't speak for me. I can speak for myself, okay?
You're not
I
in your
am
right
actually
mind.
a little bit upset.
You're hysterical.
Hysterical. I'm not hysterical.
The 2 dudes walk inside.
You're being unreasonable.
Let me roll for their decks. One of them steps forward, and it's one step, and he just whoop, falls to the floor. The other one steps forward, misses all the beats, and he's like, "What the hell is going on here?"
And I'm just looking at Baker and break for it and try and get through the door.
You can roll for Dex then to jump over that and avoid something else. If you are.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Mr. Baker.
Shit. Push it.
I'm going to push the roll. I may as well.
What are you going to do to push it?
I'm going to step on the guy that's just fallen over so that I can skip over into the doorway. So
Wonderful.
That's going to be catastrophically bad if it fails.
And you fail by 3 points. He is on the floor, and he is kind of like moaning. But the moment you step onto him, you feel this grab onto your foot. And he's like, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And he just pulls at you, and he kind of, with one strike of his arm, just like brings you out of balance. Maybe it's that foot that you kind of sprained a bit before. And you fly to the side. And you hit your head, you just slump on the side in the corner of this entrance hall of the code wreck.
So, yeah, as Levi sort of slides down on the wall, he's just going like, "It was a good plan. It was a good plan."
I calculated it precisely. Jordan.
When there's like violent commotion, then Jordan will rush over. O'Nolan! And just let Charlotte stand there.
Might I also do something outside one?
Yes, let's go to you
Would-
then.
Would also go to O'Nolan.
Okay, so we have an agglomeration at O'Nolan. Meanwhile, Mr. Hamilton, what do you do?
After a while, without someone coming out and maybe some noises of the commotion, Aiden would follow up the alleyway and I'm not quite sure on the map, but he would pick up a stone or something on the way and would try to follow the alley. So he still has visuals on the building, and when but in the direction away from where he has to go for the inn.
Wait, say that again?
He would follow the alley down.
Yes.
Away, the direction away from where he has to go for the inn. Picking up a stone, wrapping the stone with his cravat, And when he's a bit away, he would like to throw it to this glass dome.
On top of the building.
And yes, that's why the cravat is 4, so he gets better force and
the slingshot.
fling it. Yes.
Okay. Given that you're trying to hit a target on top of it's about 8 meters tall, at least, building, and you're using a cravat makeshift thing to throw a stone, I think the disadvantage and advantage kind of cancel all of itself out, and you can just do a single throw roll.
I would spend luck for that to try to help comrades.
Okay. You hear a glass impacting. It starts to shatter. Inside a rose, you will hear that something broke over above the podium. One of the glass panels in the ceiling started to shatter. A couple of people are like, "Oh, it." But there's no reaction otherwise. They're just frightened for a second, and everybody's calm. And so as everybody's gathering around O'Nolan, you see that the other guy is now going over to the guy on the floor. He quickly lifts him up. The two of them go outside, and you can hear from outside the door fling shut, and you can hear something being moved in front of the door.
Hey, stop! Yeah, a bit too late. Jordan jumps and presses against the door. Only to realize the inevitable.
Are you okay?
I'm all right. Why the sudden change in demeanor?
What do you mean? Like I explained to the others, I probably was just feeling a bit heated from the weather, and I had this weird memory I told you about. But I took some rest, I calmed down a little bit, and I think we are just overreacting here. Let's just see how this plays out.
We're not overreacting. I went into the basement. There are people there being brainwashed, hypnotized. I don't know what, but it's not good. Their brains are being altered in some way, their personalities. I saw Billingham down there, and he thought that he was Garrett Barlow. He thought he was do you remember Mrs. Townsend? She said that Garrett Barlow was, Mr. Barlow was being replaced. He's being replaced with Billingham, who thinks that he's Mr. Bloody Barlow. They've done the same thing to you.
Are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling perfectly fine, apart from the fact that I've just been flung across a bloody room, which you don't seem to think that is unusual.
Did you hit your head? I'm just checking his head.
No, I'm fine. You're the one that's not acting logically. This is the worst place on earth.
Logical. Why?
What do you mean, why? This is insane. Every part of your body should be screaming now, get the hell out of this. This is completely wrong.
I'm sorry, I don't think I really understand what exactly the problem is. I mean, I'm sure you think what you saw is right, but, I talked to the doctor and he helped me. I feel
How did he help
much
you?
better
You
now.
weren't even ill.
The heat, I was hallucinating before. I mean, I was
thought that it
clearly
was
not
something that
fine.
had been put in your drink before.
Yeah,
Listen, and
maybe it
either
was,
way-
but now I'm
either-
okay.
Well, okay. Well, what does that mean? Either you've just had a fake diagnosis from a fake doctor who's got a bunch of people locked in his bloody basement, who's cured you for some imaginary ailment that you actually think was just a reaction to a bit of booze. It doesn't make any sense.
No,
The
I don't
man
think
is
I
a
was
charlatan.
ill. No, it was just a heat stroke or something. And he didn't cure me. I just rested, and he talked to me, and I drank some water, and it calmed down. That was all of it.
If you're perfectly calm, why are you all set on staying here all of a sudden? Because all you wanted to do was get the hell out of this place.
Because I was
completely
overreacting. No,
So at one moment your reaction is perfectly set, right? And then suddenly the next moment it completely changes direction.
Yeah, but what if the decision I wanted to make before was the wrong one? Right now, I am in my right mindset. I
You're
know.
very far from your right mindset.
No, I'm fine. Seriously, we just have to. I'm sure this is gonna be great. If you look at it, that's gonna give us more intel. We know what's going on here, and then we can still leave until tomorrow if we want to.
Don't need any more bloody intel. They've kidnapped and brainwashed people in a basement. What we need to do is call the
I'm
authorities
still not very
now.
convinced on that part.
What the hell?
Jordan, give me a
No,
listen roll.
I'm not in my right mind. Sorry.
Jordan, please roll for listen. I think you're the only one who has the kind of brain space to even listen to it.
But Jordan is actually also doing something else on the side. But
so the two of them are just screaming at each other that there's no means that you can hear anything. But what are you doing in the meantime?
When we were so rudely locked in, actually, Jordan had started rushing in basically just leaving these bickering government types to their quarrel here, and I'm gonna rush into the auditorium there, and you said Dunbar and the priest are on that stage, right?
Yep. Well, they're behind the stage, with the four blessed. Yeah.
Are the sheriffs somewhere in the crowd?
Give me a spot in.
Hard success.
Yeah, you do see the sheriff Thompson and Deputy Miller kind of in different corners.
And then I rush my way towards the other guy, Thompson.
Yeah, Sheriff Thompson.
Kind of shouting on my way on my way there. Hey, they've locked us in. Leave us out. We have nothing to do with this. We want to leave now. You can't lock us in here. You can have your celebration as much as you want, but you'll open these doors.
I think as you approach and you walk through the pews, you notice that all of the villagers kind of just get up, as if you are the bride at a wedding ceremony. They stand up as you kind of run through the middle aisle, and they're not saying anything, they're just looking at you. And you're now facing Sheriff Thompson in the front left corner, first row, and he just smiles at you. He's like, it's okay. You'll be fine. There's no harm that will come to you. Trust me.
Just
give us.
Looks as if he
just
is
take a
very close to slapping this man.
Just take a seat, and everything will be fine.
It is not fine. We wish to leave.
You want to leave now?
Tell your goons to open the door.
Give us a couple of minutes, and we'll
now. Actually, John probably screams loud enough to have it echo in the
Yeah.
in the glass dome right now.
I think at that point, Father Dunbar turns to you from the distance and says, "You're all here?"
Ah, perfect. Then turn in that direction. What is this? What's all of this about? Why the
Are you all here? I don't see the...
against our will?
He kind of just notions to somewhere in the back. At that moment, Levi and Rose, you see that a couple of townspeople kind of move close to kind of just peeking into the room or the entrance hall that you're fighting and yelling at each other, like probably now completely by yourself. And they just yell back over, "No, there are two here! Where's your friend? Where's that posh one?"
It's none of your business.
Well,
We are not part of this community, and we do not wish to be. I don't care what kind of backwater Satanist, Leninist nonsense you're doing here. We don't care. We just want to leave.
He looks up to the skylight and sees, the broken glass, the couple of shards on the podium around and the floor, and he looks up, thinks for a second. Let him go. And the people kind of, there's no disreaction. There's just like people starting to step to the side. You can go.
This takes a bit wind out of Baker's sail. Good.
He, in the meantime...
Fine. We're leaving.
He ignores you. And he looks around the room. My children, I think, despite the unfortunate incident here, I do want to continue. I want to open and to finish our celebration for another year yet. And he starts to step onto the podium, followed by Mr. Dunbar and the four blessed. And as the fourth kind of gets up, he, the Father Duncan kind of stops at the corner and leans down and just whispers something into his ear. And the fourth one stays at the bottom. Jordan, you're free to go back.
Yeah, very slowly, Jordan will wander to the back of the hall again.
Yeah.
I'm
As you
To
walk
O'Nolan.
back, let's quickly switch to Aiden to see what he's doing after the stone throw, and nothing happened.
Aiden wouldn't have waited if something happened directly after he was throwing the stone. He would have made a wide circle in the direction he really wants to go in, so to the inn. To if somebody is observant enough, so they would maybe get a false lead.
To the inn? You mean the hotel? Or
Yes.
okay, so
Yes, sorry,
so
the hotel. Genau.
so you wanna leave town towards the west where you came in
Yes.
this morning. Okay, so you're starting to run.
They don't.
Yeah, you're starting to run out of time.
Yes, very observant, so I don't get seen by anyone if possible.
Let's
Taking
roll for,
routes through the buildings and everything.
yeah, let's roll for stealth. And let's make that actually a stealth and a combined dex roll. So roll dex as well, which determines the speed. So
I would also like to invest luck if possible for the stealth.
if you want
idea.
if you want to make that stealth a success as well, then you can do indeed that. You can run through the back alleyways unnoticed, and you're starting to leave Little Creek. At that moment, Jordan Baker, you are starting to move to the end. You're leaving the front podium, a bit baffled by that reaction. Miss Rose and Levi, you overhear this kind of conversation.
I
mean,
I'm
you
gonna
clearly hear
try-
that yelling from Jordan echoing through, creating an absolute silence for a moment, and then the response kind of from the father.
See, he said that we could go, right? If you're that, it's just I do not want to be in this church. You know my feelings about churches. We can talk about this outside.
The
Town hall. You like stuff like that.
No, I don't. This is a religious service. You know I don't like those.
as you two bickering continues, and Jordan,
I'm sort of.
I know you're starting to move to the door. Jordan, you're starting to move through the pews. You see Father McBride moving up to the podium. He steps up to the center, the three blessed ones behind him. For those of you who maybe look back, even if Baker, you look back occasionally.
Absolutely.
You will see that three of the family friends, you would guess, are stepping on the stage as well. They're kind of hugging the blessed. And McBride kind of steps forward to the center. My beloved brothers and sisters, what a magnificent day we have had in celebration of our most blessed ones. Unfortunately, we have to excuse one, but it will be fine. We all know it will be fine. The air is still thick with the echoes of our rejoicing as we wait for their arrival, our arrival, and lo and behold, there they are, there they come, there they stand, and he kind of just motions to them as they kind of make their way, present themselves. Adorned by the garnished and the finest silks, their faces beaming with joy and radiance. Oh, how lovely they look. Look at them. The blessed ones with their eternal beauty, their smiles shining like the sun, fill our hearts with wonder and awe. Their presence alone is enough to uplift and inspire us. And we cannot help but feel humbled by their grace, don't we? As they approach, we bow. And Jordan, you see everybody bowing. Our heads in reverence, grateful for their benevolent presence among us. They are the embodiment of all that is good and pure, and their presence brings us hope and strength in times of darkness. With them we share the joys of our community and the triumphs of our collective endeavors. They remind us that we are all equal in the eyes of the divine, and that we must continue to strive for betterment of ourselves and those around. May the blessed ones continue to bless us with their grace and guidance, and may we honor them with our unwavering devotion and dedication. Amen. As he finishes, you are just about at the edge of the entrance. You see all of them kind of chiming in, cheering. One of the people that was kind of looking into you, Levi and Rose, has approached you, Rose, and he kind of just nods and smiles at you. It's okay, Miss Rose, come with us. And he politely kind of leads you to, at least to the room. It's okay, don't worry.
Okay, sure. Why would I be worried?
Jordan, you see just this interaction, and you see Levi kind of at the door, he's pounding, and shortly after, the door opens.
So Jordan still expects this is a trap or something. This is all odd and too easy. So he's like, his steps have slowed to a crawl, and he's kind of very intently scanning the crowd and keeping an eye on what's happening on stage there.
Okay.
But when he reaches Levi, he would like put a hand on his shoulder and point to the door.
Okay. Yeah, keep going. I mean, I think we may have just made ourselves so loud and annoying that they just really just do want us to leave.
And you step outside, and you realize you're looking up. It's almost dusk, very shortly before dusk. Inside, Rose, you're the one that oversees now the event, as you're being guided through the pews. You see the father stepping to the side. The loved ones of the blessed come, hug each of them. Mayor Dunbar kind of shakes their hand. Father kind of gives them a blessing. And he kind of goes up to the front as the loved ones stand behind them. The three of the blessed, orient themselves in facing each other in the center of the podium. They smile at each other, hug, give each other slight kisses on their cheeks, and they're smiling. They're beautiful smiles, radiating just joy and love throughout the room. And you see the loved ones kind of approaching, standing behind them, and the father kind of gets up to the front, looks up to the mayor. The mayor comes up front, and they both bow their head. But then the father kind of looks up. He smiles. You can see his smile is just radiating. Just at the moment when you can see almost the last rays of sunlight entering through the couple above. My dear children, let us all rejoice in darkness and devotion. And everybody chimes in. We are the congregation of the Eldritch. We are the union of the tenebrous divine and shall honor the balance and chaos. You see, with the last words, as everybody says them, the three loved ones move their right hand down. Something silvery, shiny appears out of their coat. They quickly lift it up to the throats of the ones in front of them. And there's just this slight, absolute silence for the second as the throats of the three blessed are slit. They start to collapse. There's just a moment of gurgling sound that appears as the three collapse to the center. The loved one steps to the side. You can see the mayor kind of just nodding to one corner of the room. They all step to the edge of the podium. And as they all are at the edge, the father looks up. We've made it yet again. Thank you all. Thank us. And may we prosper. And he nods. Suddenly you hear a metallic sound. And the podium itself seems to open up downstairs. A trap. The three in the center disappear, fall. A slight thud. Bumping sound appears for a brief moment, and then you hear this mechanical winding, creaking up again, lifting the podium together. The doors. As that happens, there's a joyful laughter. Everybody is cheering. They applaud. You can see people standing up in the first couple of pews, rushing to the families and the friends of the ones that just killed and sacrificed their loved ones. They're shaking their hands, they're kissing each other, and they're celebrating. As kind of all this commotion goes on, Rose, you are the one in the center of it. You see the people rushing past you. And you see on the top of the podium at the edge, Father Duncan McBride and the mayor looking around, smiling, shaking hands occasionally. And then the father kind of looks up to you. and he sees you approaching in the middle of it. It's good to have you with us. And I think I'm not the only one who wants to welcome you here. Everybody turns towards you, Rose. You're the center of the attention. As you hear, collectively, the people in the town, welcome to Little Creek. And I think that's a perfect ending for tonight, as there's still open questions. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed this up and down, and I hope to see you for the finale next time. Goodbye, everyone, and have a wonderful, pleasant night.